Hello, I'm Dave Gardy from Maritime TV from our studios here near Washington, D.C. for this DigiMariner 9, the ninth in a series of DigiMariner webcast productions here on Maritime TV, where various alumni and industry professionals give presentations for the midshipmen at the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy and the faculty, in addition to other industry professionals who are watching, open to the public. Today's webcast is about all things the Maritime Administration. MARAD's innovation, some of the projects it's working on. We've got a full menu today. Just a few housekeeping messages before we start. If you have questions, the questions link is below the video screen. Just click on that. We'll take the questions here. There's also a tech support line if you have any issues with tech support. Just click on that. We've got our tech support team standing by to answer your questions. We'll probably go through 3 p.m. this afternoon, but we will take a break for lunch at about 12:30 for half an hour. Throughout the day, we'll be playing back sponsor videos and past keynotes so that we have some break time in between the presentations. So without further ado, I want to go to our opening keynote. Our opening keynote presenter is Jack Kammerer, who is Executive Director for the Maritime Administration, and he's going to introduce the day to us. Jack?
Thanks very much, Dave, and thank you, Dave, for hosting us today with your platform, Maritime TV. We appreciate your support to allow this session to be possible. So good morning, good day. My name is Jack Kammerer. As Dave said, I'm the Executive Director of the Maritime Administration. On behalf of our Administrator, Rear Admiral Phillips, appreciate everybody being here. I appreciate this opportunity to talk to you. I know this is a great forum. I've worked with Chris Moore over the last several years, and I know Chris is a great facilitator of this effort here at MARAD. So as Dave mentioned, I am the Executive Director of the Maritime Administration. I think one of the things I want to convey to you today is the role of the Maritime Administration to support the Academy, the industry, and maritime more broadly. So the mission of the Maritime Administration, or MARAD, is to foster, promote, and develop the maritime industry of the United States to meet the nation's economic and security needs. We here in MARAD, we work across government and industry to drive innovation and growth in the U.S. shipping and maritime transportation area to foster a world-class maritime transportation system. So as you all know, it's a very unique time, I think, here in MARAD with a lot of new growth, strong support from government across the industry in our mission. As you all know, and I'll get to this in more detail, we are modernizing the Merchant Marine Academy. We're funding major port infrastructure development programs, shipyards around the country. We're building new ships with the NSMV. You're going to hear much more on that from our team, Chris, later on the NSMV effort. We're supporting the development of new technologies and the advancement of an improved culture throughout the industry, which you're going to hear more about as well. I think it's exciting for us that we have this opportunity and we have such a a broad opportunity today. And thanks again, Dave, for supporting us and giving us so much time and your support. But we offer the opportunity today with our speakers to share with you some of the activities that Merit is involved with. So each of the speakers you're going to hear from today, and we really have a great lineup and presentations for you. Each of your speakers is a current team member and leader here in our headquarters at Merit, and they're going to share with you across the waterfront the programs that we support around the country and the world. So having this great group of team members and leaders from Merit to share their thoughts, experiences, and programs with you, I think is very exciting. So I look forward to this being a great session for your learning experience. So you're going to hear from Dr. Shashi Kumar, who's our Deputy Associate Administrator and National Coordinator of Maritime Education and Training. He has an incredible experience, and as you know, he was the Dean for many years at the Merchant Marine Academy. He served at the Maine Maritime Academy, and he's a known author and leader in the field. So just getting to hear Dr. Kumar alone is a great opportunity today. You're going to hear from John Gehring, who's a Kings Pointer on workforce safety. And John also did a detail supporting the Academy over the last year to help with facilities up there. So John Gehring is another one of our great leaders. You're going to hear from Brian Barney, who's a long-term leader here in Merit. And he's had a number of different roles, and he's going to share with you international cooperatives and innovation. So Brian is a very dynamic and accomplished leader as well. You also have Dave Heller, who's an Associate Administrator for Business and Financial Development, and he's going to share with you some thoughts on innovation. There's a lot happening in the industry, particularly with wind farms and alternative fuels that Dave's going to share. You have a lunch break, then you have Doug McDonald, who's our Director of Policy and Plans. Doug is a long-term Merit leader who has great perspective, who has done great studies, analysis, and strategy support for the Maritime Administration and the Academy. So Doug is a great speaker. Then you have Vince Montero, Ports and Intermodal presentation. He's from Ports and Waterways. Vince is on the Gateway side, so they engage across the country, and he's another great presenter. Then, as I mentioned, Chris Moore, who's the facilitator, one of the facilitators to support y'all in the DigiMariner effort, as well as the Industry Day. Chris, as many of you know, is also a Kings Pointer, and he will share with you the training ship NSMV and the vessel construction manager programs, followed by another great Kings Pointer and great leader from Merit, Lila Linares. I think many of you met Lila when she was on duty as the acting chief of staff at the Academy for a matter of months, as we brought on Vice Admiral Noonan during her transition. So Lila's going to share with you some perspectives on the NSMV. And then finally, Dave, who's our host with Maritime TV, another great Kings Pointer, has agreed to do the closing and wrap up for you. So we have a full agenda today. And then we're going to cover many of the contributions that Merit's making to support and improve the marine transportation system. So it's not all inclusive, but it's certainly an exciting agenda. And as I mentioned, each of the presenters has a wealth of experience and years of public service. They're passionate about our mission. They work hard every day to strengthen the maritime industry to ensure the capability for the nation. I did also want to highlight, I talked about some of the work that we're doing, but some of our priorities right now in Merit, working with our administrator and the administration, are to grow the U.S. flag fleet and the mariners to support it. Obviously, Kings Point is a great institution that provides many maritime leaders for our country. We're working on recapitalizing Sealift in the National Defense Reserve Force. That's a critical mission. We're working on moving to decarbonize across the maritime industry. And I think it would resonate with you all that one of our other priorities is to support a world-class United States Merchant Marine Academy on the facility side, on the academic side, on the training side, and on the institutional excellence side. I think that the purpose of this session for you today is to continue to work to develop your knowledge and skills as a mariner and as a leader. I am a West Point graduate, not a Kings Point graduate. I think Kings Point is a great leader development institution. It is a great school that provides trained mariners for our nation. We need more mariners, so thank you for taking this on. All of you are going through the Coast Guard licensing process, so the fact that you get a great education, it's a great education that you train with your SEA experience, that you get your Coast Guard license, which you obviously have a lot of preparation for, and that's ongoing this past week for our first class. But at the end of the day, it's a very challenging institution. It's a very important institution for our nation's economic and national security. And we appreciate the fact that you're there and that you have taken this on to support the nation. So as the executive director, I've been at the Academy multiple times. One of my roles is to make sure that the MARAD leadership staff that you're going to hear from today, as the senior civilian, it's my role to coordinate with the staff and make sure that we support the Academy. As you know, as I mentioned, we've put a lot of emphasis towards upgrading the facilities. We have a new facilities executive that's been working at the Academy that you've encountered as well, Rebecca McPherson. And it's very important to us that we provide the support to you so that you can continue with your education. And then you all take commissions, whether it's in the Naval Reserve or active duty. And many of you will sail, others will serve on shore. But I can't emphasize enough two things. We're here to support you and make sure that you continue to have one of the finest institutions in the world in your important endeavors. And second, we appreciate your service and your future service, and it is critical to the nation for our national and economic security. You are the future leaders of the U.S. maritime industry, and your contributions and innovations will further the work that we've started. And as I mentioned, there are multiple Kings Pointers on our staff here. So we look forward to the opportunity to perhaps see some of you later on after you've sailed, after you've served. In some capacity, we have great opportunities here at Merit. So thank you, Dave, for allowing me to open with my opening remarks. Thanks to the panel for being here. Thanks to Chris Moore for being our facilitator. And we look forward to telling you more about Merit and the great work that we're doing. Thank you, sir. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jack. You're right, it's an excellent agenda today. And I was remiss in the beginning not to mention the sponsors who have made this possible all the way up through DigiMariner 9. That's the group of 69 of class of 69 Kings Pointers who organized this originally. American Maritime Congress, the Marine Engineers Beneficial Association, the Marine Technology Society, Maritime TV, the American Maritime Officers and American Maritime Officers Services Division, Spirus, Marine Media Enterprises, Crowley, Penfield Marine, International Seaways, ABB, Marine Money, Beckman and Associates, Educare of Northern Virginia, and the International Organization of Masters Mates and Pilots. Excuse me. Also, I was wrong about where the email link is. It's above the video screen, along with the tech support line. Now we're going to go to our first presenter, Dr. Shashi Kumar, MARAD Deputy Associate Administrator and National Coordinator of Maritime Education and Training. Dr. Kumar?
Good morning, Dave. Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. Welcome. And thank you, our Executive Director, Mr. Kammer. Thank you, sir. Thank you for kind words about myself and my colleagues who will be speaking here today. Dave, I'm going to bring up my slideshow. Please let me know when you can see it.
Okay.
Am I all right?
You're in presenter mode still, gonna get you in slideshow mode.
How's that?
Okay, we're good to go.
Very good. Thank you, and good morning again. And To all the participants, all the audience, all the listeners out there, it's a pleasure giving you an update on workforce development initiatives that MARAD is undertaking as of right now. It's an area of particular interest to us, given the sensitivity attached to the supply and demand for mariners right now. I might be going a little bit fast through my slides, but I hope you'll have questions. That's the intent. So you will have questions to ask me towards the end. Now, the executive director went through our mission, et cetera. So I'm not going to go much into all those. You know already what's the mission. Really, the mission of MARAD and what we do here has not changed much for decades. It was originally established as per the Merchant Marine Act of 1936. One key component of that, by the way, is MARAD's commitment towards training, education of merchant mariners. Now, historically, as per the, starting with the Merchant Marine Act of 1936, our focus has always been on training the blue water mariners. These are mariners who work on big ships. And as we refer to them today as mariners with the unlimited tonnage credentials or the unlimited licenses. Because you are the folks who are required to work on the big ships, such as the Maritime Security Program vessels or the Ready Reserve Force vessels that the nation owns. Now, the mariners who work on these vessels are typically referred to as sea lift qualified mariners because they can work on our sea lift vessels. So let me go to my next slide to sort of lay the ground here. So when it comes to these mariners, we have stick to the program side. So there are certain programs that really need our mariners. The federal programs here are as listed there. The Maritime Security Program, which has got 60 ships. The Tanker Security Program, the 10 ships right now, which might go up to about 20 ships pretty soon. Then we have a cable security fleet of 2 vessels. And then there are 45 ships in the reduced operating status. Those numbers will be creeping up a little bit, maybe to 47, 48 very soon. Again, to operate these vessels in the reduced operating status, we need to add more crew members or more staff in order to make them functional and go on activation and so forth. So you need additional crew when you're transitioning to the full operating status. And then there are obviously some large ocean-going vessels. Oops, I think I've gone, okay, let me go back to the slide. So there are these large ocean-going Jones Act vessels, which need qualified mariners. And then there are some other vessels too. Now, the background behind all this is a report that was submitted by us in 2017 to Congress, often referred to as the 2017 MWWG report. This report, per the request of Congress, we were asked to identify what's the status of the supply of mariners in order to meet the nation's economic and security needs as of now. So based on that study, we identified that for normal operations, we have 11,678 mariners that are required. And the supply of mariners is 11,768 as of that time, which means we can meet the normal requirements. However, once you activate our Ready Reserve Force vessels, once the surge operations begin, in order to sustain those surge operations, you need 13,607 mariners, which leaves us with a shortage of about 18,000 mariners, 1,800 mariners. Once again, I think I skipped. Okay, here I am going back to the slide. So the bottom line is that we have a finite number of sea lift qualified mariners. They are wanted by everybody with those big ships under the US flag or owned by the US government, be that the MSP vessels, the TSP vessels, the CSP vessels, the Military Sea Lift Command, or our own MARAD-owned Ready Reserve Force vessels. Now I'll move to the next slide. So given the shortage of qualified mariners to meet our national security and economic needs, based on the comments that our administrator started hearing as soon as she came on board, about a year ago, she decided to schedule a Mariner Summit, which was held towards the end of September last year. So it was about 8 months ago. We brought together all industry stakeholders, labor unions, and others with an interest in this topic, and held our discussion, as a result of which we identified various reasons why there is a difficulty in getting or increasing the number of mariners. So what we did was to put those factors into 4 different buckets. And these are those buckets: the marketing issues and outreach issues, entry barriers, pay and incentive issues, as well as quality of life issues. So these areas are impacting the ability of us as a nation to recruit, train, and retain mariners. And I'm going to go through each one of these as we go along. So let me move on to the next slide, and I will start explaining some of these things. So how are we going to accomplish this? Well, to begin with, we have and by the way, before I think these slides are jumping a little bit. Okay, before I leave this slide, I do want to emphasize that this is not an issue that's unique to the United States. This is a worldwide problem. Ironically, just today, a report was published by Drury Shipping, which is a consultant based in the United Kingdom, that just in the last 1 year, the deficit in the supply of qualified mariners who can work on these big ships, the unlimited license officers, this has doubled from a deficit of 5% to a deficit of 9% plus. That's just within 1 year. So it's not a problem that's unique to us, but it's an international problem. So let's go into my next slide. So how do we get credentialed mariners back to sea? That's the challenge that MARAD is dealing with right now, as well as how do we attract more people to go out to sea? So let's start with getting credentialed mariners back to sea. Obviously, an important component of this is service obligation compliance. So in other words, those students who are graduating from Kings Point or from the state maritime academies who have a service obligation, they must meet those service obligations. And I'm pretty sure you all know what is your service obligation. We have our staff coming there to sort of remind you of, this is your service obligation. This is what you're required to do upon graduation. Of course, there are certain options that are available to you, such as joining active duty. But if you do not pursue that option, the requirement is you maintain or you meet your service obligation. Then there are efforts underway to encourage those mariners who are perhaps deciding, hey, this is enough for me, I want to do something else. How can we encourage them to come back to sea? So we are looking into those options as a short-term measure in support with the labor unions and the industry to encourage mariners to return to sea. We are also coordinating with the Military Sealift Command, the labor unions, and operators to perhaps increase the employment opportunities. In other words, how about adding more entry-level positions so that there is more opportunity for the newly minted third mates and third assistants to pursue a maritime career. Some other aspects that we are considering and working with the industry on: marketing awareness campaign. This was one of those buckets that you saw earlier. Another important item to consider is how do we incentivize maritime careers? This is being recognized as an important factor at this point. There was a time when we used to think all we have to do is to recruit and retain people, whereas that's not enough right now. There is a recognition at this point that you also ought to incentivize maritime carriers. And equally important, enhancing the shipboard quality of work life. The new generation of mariners out there, they are looking forward to a kind of quality of work life which is comparable to what their peers are finding in other sectors of the economy. So we need to provide that, and that's what we are working towards. So here are some of the outreach initiatives that we are undertaking at this point. We engage K through 12 institutions using the resources that we have. Obviously, MARAD doesn't have the resources to go to every K through 12 institution, but we work with other organizations that have similar interests as ours, and we participate in opportunities where we can highlight maritime carriers and maritime education that's available through Kings Point, as well as the SMAs, State Maritime Academies, and other institutions. And I'm not sure how many of you know this. We have at this point about 70 plus maritime high schools nationwide. The next point that I want to touch upon is the Centers of Excellence program. These are community colleges and maritime training centers that MARAD has been allowed to recognize starting from 2021 onwards. Based on the authority given to us in 2018, the administrator and the Secretary of Transportation can designate centers of excellence for domestic maritime workforce training and education. Accordingly, we designated 27 such institutions in 2021, and we are in the process of asking for applications for the next round of centers of excellence. We believe this is an opportunity whereby we can lower the barriers to entry to the industry. And then, of course, we have the maritime academies. In addition to Kings Point, we have the 6 state maritime academies. There are some other states which are contemplating the possibility of establishing their own maritime academies for the simple reason that they see this being an excellent career opportunity for their citizens. And as you all know, we are building probably the world's finest dedicated training ship, something that we have never done before in the past, in the entire history of the Maritime Administration and our predecessor agencies. We are also building partnerships with labor unions, employers, and other third parties who are an interest in this area, working with them through cooperative agreements and memoranda of understanding, etc. And last but not least, we are also focused on changing the industry culture. I'm sure everybody's aware of MARAD's initiative towards addressing sexual assault, sexual harassment issues at sea, and promoting the MBOC standards that we introduced on the 15th of December in 2021. You may also know that within a short year and a half, this received the authorization through the 2023 National Defense Authorization Act to move into the interim final rulemaking process. And certainly these initiatives, we believe, will help enhance the recruitment and retention of more women and minorities at sea, as well as establishing or paving the path for a more inclusive workforce in future years. And last but not least, we certainly want to make sure that we acknowledge the lessons learned. So for example, during COVID times, we learned the whole value of resilience. Same way, within the industry, some of you who are listening to me, perhaps not the midshipmen out there, but the industry folks will remember that we were used to having ships with 30, 40 crew members. That's no longer the case right now, obviously. So we need to have resilience built into the system rather than focus completely on reduced manning, so that there are, you can save a few dollars here and there. That should not be the focus. We believe that we should build in more resilience in our crewing ratios so that there are more mariners out there who are finding appropriate opportunities at sea. Then certainly we want to see an investment in the mariner workforce. It's not enough just to hire people and pay them the wages. There are much higher expectations these days. Those who are coming to see the younger generation, they want to see a proper career pathway and advancement options. They want to see what else can I do? Is there a pathway for me ashore at some point in future? So how do we engage in those sort of career planning? In other words, we are talking about a much better or much more advanced human resource strategy on the part of the companies, the employers, the labor unions, and so forth. And the next point that I have there is incentivize. How do we incentivize? We touched upon some of these, improving the quality of work life. So for example, giving opportunities for people to, and not only just, put in their 8 hours of watchkeeping, but do other things. For example, having a gym which works, and, having your opportunities to have some shore leave and so on and so forth. So there are ways that the quality of work life can be improved through better HR policies and procedures, and ensure that our mariners have better work-life balance. And last but not least is the inclusion part, which also something that I touched upon earlier. And last but not least, let me also say that once again, we have to move away from just recruitment, training, and retention. We also need to focus on incentivizing, investing, and including everybody within the maritime sector. The only way we can overcome the deficit we have in mariners, the shortage in mariner numbers, is through inclusion of women, minorities, and also incentivizing and investing in our mariner workforce. With that, Dave, I think I will stop and will be happy to answer any questions that the audience may have.
One question came in, Shashi. The NSMV vessels that are under construction right now, you mentioned all the categories, the MSP, Tanker Security Program, Ready Reserve. Where will they fall? Which category will they fall in?
Well, we look upon the NSMVs as opportunities for generating attention or interest in the career amongst the younger workforce. Obviously, the NSMV has multiple objectives. It's not just a training ship. They are national security multi-mission vessels. They can be called upon for HADR activities, humanitarian aid and disaster relief. They might be requisitioned by FEMA and other agencies, but separate from that. If you look at our State Maritime Academy training ships, some of them are, past 50 years age-wise. So the technology on board those vessels is nothing comparable to what one would see in today's vessels, as everybody here knows, right? So my point is, training cadets on board those old vessels really does not prepare them for the new generation of vessels, the new technology out there, and so on and so forth. So we certainly believe that having a better technology, a ship that is better equipped, and a modern vessel is going to be a tool in terms of attracting a better group of students. So it should help the recruitment of better caliber or better interested students into the merchant marine careers at the State Maritime Academies.
A question came in about outreach. You mentioned it several times. It was discussed yesterday at the 50th anniversary celebration at my tag school. How are you doing the outreach to the K through 12 and the centers of excellence?
So, as I said, we are not going to go directly to each state and deal with all the K through 12 institutions, but we have built partners. So, for example, MARAD has got gateway offices in strategic locations. Using those locations, we can engage with the local schools. And for example, recently in New Orleans, the Maritime and Military Academy there held a one-day session, which attracted as many as about 2,000 plus K through 12 students. I had one of my staff members who participated in those events and shared information about career opportunities within the maritime sector. Another example is here locally, right here in DC, because we are based here, we have sort of a system that is built in right now whereby one of our staff members, again, these are all actions that they take over and above their normal call of duty, and that's they engage local K through 12 institutions and take these students, maybe a class of 60 students from a middle school, to go and visit our ships tied up in Baltimore, plus go to MITACs and see or play around with the simulators there for an hour or so. So that seems to be a very popular option. There has been a lot of requests for doing that. So those are the kind of initiatives we are doing it. And I talked about our engagement with other stakeholders. So for example, we have a memorandum of understanding with Tall Ships America. So for example, using tall ships, we are able to reach a particular age group who certainly have a genuine interest in maritime opportunities and the deep seas and so forth. Likewise, we have arrangements with or an agreement with NAMIPA and similar other entities.
Excellent. Well, we appreciate your presentation, Dr. Kumar. Is excellent workforce development, and excuse me. We're going to stay on time here, so we're going to thank you again. And very interesting. I didn't know we had 70 maritime high schools in the United States. That's pretty good. I'm hoping we're reaching out to those. And do you ever enlist the help of industry professionals? This was also discussed at yesterday's MyTags celebration. Industry professionals that can go out and into those high schools, and is there a public-private partnership program for that?
Yes, it's done locally. So for example, when we did our outreach activity in New Orleans, I think the next one we are going to plan is somewhere on the West Coast, maybe in Seattle, Tacoma area. So what we do is using our gateway office, we engage the local industry folks. So a couple of objectives from that. One, the industry folks can talk about what is happening in the industry and what kind of careers are out there, et cetera. And secondly, and more importantly, they can also talk to, for example, high school seniors or high school juniors and perhaps facilitate an internship opportunity or a summer job or something like that. So yes, we have multiple reasons why we want to engage the industry, and we'll be more than happy to include them in even more future endeavors.
I think that's a big thing, getting the industry to participate, and I wish you luck doing that, because that's very important. Thank you again, Dr. Kumar. Now we're going to go to the next presentation, which is on maritime workforce safety. I apologize for my voice. John Goring, who is a Kings Point 01 graduate, a professional engineer, and in the Maritime Administration MARAD Office of Safety. We're going to ask for him if he can turn on his camera.
Good morning, Dave. Can you hear me?
Yes, John. Good to see you. Class of 01. And if you can bring up your slides.
Can you see them?
Yep, we're good. So go ahead and
excellent.
You're off and running.
All right, thanks, Dave. Thank you, Dr. Kumar, for your presentation. My name is John Gehring. I'm a safety engineer at MARAD headquarters in Washington, D.C., and part of my work involves supporting the Office of Environment and Innovation. So that's really the focus of what I'll be talking about this morning. We'll go through some of the main functions of that office. We'll talk about the Maritime Environmental and Technical Assistance Program. You'll hear that a lot. That's META. So when I say META, that's what that's in regards to. We'll talk about the portfolio, and then hopefully have time to share some examples of some of the projects that we're working on, and then have time for Q&A. So a little bit about myself. As Dave said, I'm a 2001 graduate systems engineer, sailed for a little bit. I'm a professional engineer now, and I guess I want to have a shout out for Dr. Sergio Perez there at the Academy. If he's listening this morning, he was an instructor of mine about 20 years ago. Two main functions for the Office of Environment and Innovation. So the first is that META program, and META was established in 2010. And when it was established, originally, it had a focus on air emissions and encountering invasive species, did a lot of ballast water treatment testing. Since then, it has expanded, and it now includes decarbonization, vessel-generated underwater noise, and safety. So those are our four topics there, four focus areas. It's called out in the NDAA. And there can be mutual interest on these topics. So we often partner with sister agencies on projects, and I'll go into that a little bit more on the next slide. But ultimately, the goal of the META program is to help inform industry and policy decisions. And that relates to our second function there at the bottom, and that's domestic and international environmental policy. So this office supports the IMO, International Maritime Organization, and the ISO, which is the International Organization for Standardization. So we support several different working groups and committees there. And then domestically, other U.S. government efforts, and then within the Department of Transportation, the Offices of Policy and International. So going to this slide, that META is a technology innovation program that works with industry, academia, non-government organizations, NGOs, as well as other government organizations to perform research, demonstration, and data gathering. You probably recognize many, if not all of these different pictured organizations here. It really depends on the type of project that we're working on, but we often work with the Department of Energy on energy efficiency and alternative fuel projects. I've got a project right now where I'm working with the Navy. We're teamed up with the Navy on a technology demonstration project on Golden Bear, the training ship for Cal Maritime. That's for technology that could have commercial and military applications. We're working with NOAA on the vessel generated underwater noise study, and EPA. We have several projects going on for ballast water treatment in the Great Lakes. Focus areas there, I just covered there in the previous slide, but I want to talk about results there at the bottom. So we do this research and demonstration projects, and the results of those are the articles, papers, and industry guidance. So all of these documents are posted on MARAD's META website for anyone to download and use. So as we progress through the brief, I hope you're able to see how the pieces fit together and how the META projects inform and roll back barriers to implementation. And the information gained through these projects then informs industry and policy. So I've broken out the primary goals of META into 3 areas from top to bottom: platforms, demonstrations, and data. So doing a shipboard demonstration project can be difficult for industry or companies that have tech that they want to test out, because commercial ships are typically engaged in active trade, and naval vessels are typically engaged on some defense mission. So MARAD's in a unique position to be able to provide these shipboard testing environments or shipboard testing opportunities, either through the training ships that we currently have or occasionally on ready reserve vessels. So in the process of doing those demonstrations, that takes us down to the middle where standards and regulatory. So ABS and Coast Guard have decades of experience with internal combustion engines running on hydrocarbon fuel oil. But as we explore new fuel types such as hydrogen and ammonia, we often come across knowledge and standards gaps. So this gives us an opportunity to work with class societies such as ABS or DMV, regulatory agencies such as Coast Guard, and industry to overcome these barriers. And that takes us down to the bottom one, which is the information, advances, and opportunities. So this third group is about gathering that information. And like I mentioned previously, META has a website where we're able to post the results of these studies, so that information is freely available to both to industry and anyone else who has an interest to help them make informed decisions. All right, so I mentioned the 4 focus areas: air emissions and decarbonization, aquatic nuisance species, vessel generated underwater noise, and safety. So on this slide, I just want to go through some of the different projects that we're working on. It's not complete review of our portfolio, but this gives you an idea of the kinds of projects that we're working on. So in the upper left, we have a project going on with Pasha and the Port of Los Angeles right now for a port microgrid demonstration. And decarbonization, especially, or electrification of ports, is a challenge for many reasons. And some of those are the limitations on the electrical infrastructure in the area, and then the fact that the port is always in operation. So to do some of these big upgrades can be challenging. So this microgrid demonstration is an opportunity to do a proof of concept where Pasha's got solar panels that are charging a battery bank, a battery backup there. And then the gray item there on the screen, that's a micro wind turbine array. So they've got solar, they've got wind, they're doing regenerative cranes where the power, when the crane drops the load, some of that power is recouped. So that's what the microgrid demonstration project is. Then going down to the bottom left, we're working with Oak Ridge National Laboratory, so Department of Energy Lab, Cummins and Caterpillar on low carbon fuel engine testing. So the two fuels that we're testing there are ammonia and methanol. And then moving to the right, these are just some screenshots from pages and studies of guides that we're working on. So we're working with ABS there on top, where ABS is doing a study on future energy options for the Great Lakes. And then the bottom right, that's Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. They're doing a techno-economic analysis of battery electrification of domestic shipping. I know that's a mouthful. And then the one on the left there, energy efficiency and decarbonization technical guide. I'll show you a little bit more about that one, but it was just released in November to our website. It's a pretty cool guide. It goes through different technologies are there, and then applicability for various vessel classes. So I have a slide later on in the presentation that I'll go into a little bit more detail on that one. And then the three other groups, safety, noise, and nuisance species, we're doing, like I mentioned, ballast water testing and fresh water in the Great Lakes. So that's an effort we're working on with EPA. The photo I have there is actually a project that I worked on about 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, where we were doing some testing on board one of the ships in Baltimore for the Navy in terms of operational and maintenance testing for a ballast water treatment system. Bottom left, so safety, I work in the safety group. This is an AIS, automated information system, automated weather reporting project that we're working on, where vessels provide hourly reports, automated hourly reports through AIS on weather, and then that helps increase awareness for current weather conditions. Gives additional data for weather modeling for NOAA. And then on the right side of the screen, under vessel generated underwater noise, we're working with the University of North Carolina, Wilmington, to help inform NOAA and IMO's efforts in that realm. And we're also working with Casco Bay Lines in Maine, comparing the noise profiles generated from a diesel ferry to that of a battery electric ferry that they've got. So again, I have 3 or 4 different meta projects that I'd like to go into more detail. And the first one here is next 2 slides. I'll walk through some of our incremental development of several maritime hydrogen projects that began in 2014 with a joint effort with the Department of Energy. So DOE and MARAD worked together to design, build, and deploy a 100 kW containerized fuel cell. And this is it right here. This blue box here on the chassis is the fuel cell. So it's the fuel cell plus fuel storage in a box. And that was built and then tested in 2015 and 16 in Hawaii. So it was used on this barge, inter-island barge. These are all reefer containers carrying refrigerated cargoes. So the fuel cell would power some of those containers, and that gave us an opportunity to collect information on that. And I guess the 4 points I want to talk about that is it gives you, doing these demonstration projects gives you useful information. It provides additional exposure to fuel cells and hydrogen, working through Coast Guard and ABS on that. It provided economic and performance data for potential future adopters. So our reports have lessons learned, things that didn't go so well, or things that we could improve on for a future demonstration or a future application. And then it's basic things like it's exercising the supply chain, right? So we have this fuel cell, it needs to be powered by hydrogen. So just working through the details of finding a gas supplier and taking you through those steps has a lot of value. And then the final one is workforce development. So we had people that are typically working on diesel generators that gave them a chance to be exposed to operating the fuel cell there. And from that hydrogen fuel cell generator project, the iterative approach, it was later shipped to California. So it, it was located at Scripps Oceanographic Institute, and we used it for shore power, providing shore power to their research vessel, the Sproul. A little bit of history about the Sproul is it's a diesel electric research vessel. It's currently nearing its end of life. So it followed on with a feasibility study for replacing the Sproul and looking at different options for that. So we looked at diesel electric, which is the baseline for what they've got, a battery hybrid, which is diesel electric plus batteries, and then a hydrogen hybrid, so diesel electric plus hydrogen fuel cell. And then we looked at an all hydrogen fuel cell design. The little picture there with the circles and things coming out of it, that's just a screenshot of one of the pictures as part of the study. We looked at hazard locations and vent locations there for hydrogen. And we also looked at where you can store fuel, hydrogen fuel on board. So citing within a ship, fuel tanks for liquid petroleum is relatively straightforward. Tanks can be many different shapes. Fuel tanks for cryogenic liquid are not quite as simple, and commercial liquid hydrogen tanks tend to be cylindrical or spherical. So fitting them within the ship structure can be a bit more challenging. So upper right there, that led us to a current study that we have going right now with Gloston. Gloston's a naval architecture firm and marine engineering firm. And Sandia National Laboratories is part of the Department of Energy, one of their labs, and then CHART. So CHART is one of the world's leading producers of cryogenic storage containers. So we're working with them on liquid hydrogen tank geometry. So if you're an engineer, I think you'll appreciate this. If not, my apologies ahead of time, but I thought it would be important to go through a partial list of some of the questions there that this study will address, because they're pretty interesting. I found them very interesting. So can the shape of the liquid hydrogen tanks be changed from cylindrical to another shape, and what would that technical path be? So that's one thing they're looking at. What would the optimal shape of a large liquid hydrogen tank be, and what would that shape be that would make a hydrogen ship design more cost effective? Can the installation of a liquid hydrogen tank be improved to enable multiple smaller tanks in lieu of fewer larger tanks, while maintaining the requirements on boil off and dormancy? And then what are the naval architecture and system engineering consequences of having a larger number of smaller liquid hydrogen tanks that can be placed all over the vessel? And does this have a significant impact on vessel design, weight, cost, and performance? So that gives you an idea of some of the things as we go to do these studies, some of the things that we're working towards. And as you can see, doing demonstration and design projects is a great way to uncover knowledge gaps and gain insight and experience with these new technologies. Okay, so moving from the maritime hydrogen one, this, as I mentioned previously, we just finished up the energy efficiency and decarbonization guide late last year. And this is just a screenshot from within it. It's a pretty lengthy document. It's about 250 pages or 260 pages, but it gives a really good description and overview of regulatory mandates and guidelines. It goes through different technology evaluations. So these are all the different kinds of technologies that we look at through there. And then every ship is different, right? So we understand different ships have different operating profiles and different sizes and construction techniques. So what it does is it looks at tankers, container ships, ferries, tugboats, and then bulk carriers. And that's kind of what these pictograms are over here, these little icons showing applicability for various things. So this is looking at a rigid wing sail installation. What ships might it work best on? Is it really appropriate for new build versus retrofit, and then operational savings and capital expenditures. So that's a pretty neat guide. Again, it's available on our website for download if you're interested in taking a look at that. This is a project that I worked on the training ship Kennedy for its past Maritime's training ship. So we did a nanotechnology biofouling prevention demonstration where they're two identical domestic reefer box reefer units, and so we coated one of them, the condenser of one of them. They're seawater cooled, so coated one of them in this nanotechnology coating, and then in the strainer that fed these two units, we put test coupons, treated and untreated test coupons in there. The ship went on cruise, and then when the ship came back from cruise, we pulled it out and did an analysis of whether or not the coating worked. So on the left here is the control, the untreated one. On the right, this is looking down the tubes of the condenser system there. You can notice a marked reduction in fouling there. So reduced fouling increases heat transfer and increases efficiency for your system. And last but not least, I thought this would be a good example of a project that we worked on because it's an international one. We teamed up with an international team in 2019 on a maritime battery safety joint development project looking at lithium-ion battery explosion risk and fire suppression. So this included the Danish and Norwegian maritime authorities, that's their equivalent to our Coast Guard, DMV, which is another class society, Kongsberg and ABB, both big players there in industry, and Corvus, to name a few. Corvus does a lot of maritime batteries. So if you're interested in learning about lithium-ion batteries, charge rates, battery chemistry, I thought this was a great report. It's really about, well, those are all factors and things that you need to understand as you look at explosion risk and fire suppression. So if you're interested in that at all, please go download it. It's on our website. This is a screenshot of our website. This is the address here, but if you really were just to do MARAD and Meta, it should take you there. But this is where it's at. Again, all of our reports and stuff are posted here, and we've got a collective email if you've got ideas for future potential projects. Feel free to email us. We're always looking for ideas, so it's my shameless plug for the program, for demonstration projects and study proposals from industry and academia, if you've got any. And with that, thank you again for your time, and I hope this was informative. And back to you, Dave, if there's any questions.
Yeah, some questions have come in, as a matter of fact. You mentioned your Oak Ridge project, low carbon fuel testing, and you were testing,
Yes.
I believe you said ammonia and methanol was what the...
Yes.
The question was, which did you find is the most promising?
It's still going on, so this one's just getting started. So that one, we don't have a report yet back on that, but I guess it's, yeah, that's the best answer I give for that, Dave.
Then somebody was asking about the containerized hydrogen fuel cell generator. Regarding the case studies that you were doing, does the type of ship make a difference with the type of fuel you use or an approach you use with the hydrogen, or does it matter?
It does, based on, it depends on your operating profile to a great extent, right? So whether or not you're going to be deep sea and you're going on extended periods of time versus you're a ferry and you've got quick turnaround, and so that, those definitely play in terms of sizing how big the tank needs to be. So that's, I guess, one thing with our energy efficiency guide that's one of the points that we made on that one when we were developing that, is to try to differentiate the differences between the different classes of ships and those impacts.
Yeah, because that's one of the findings we've had in prior DigiMariners, is the hydrogens, is it going to be feasible with the amount of volume the hydrogen fuel requires? I'm sure you ran into that, which is why you started talking about the shapes of tanks, right?
Right, yeah. So if you can make a odd shaped tank that fits within structure, that might help being able to carry those larger volumes of fuel versus the cylindrical one that right now a lot of those are just placed out on deck.
And you mentioned the lithium-ion battery study that you could download, but somebody wanted to know what were the findings on the safety side of that? Because lithium-ion battery, it's a big issue.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big report. It's, I believe it's the Stena ferry in Norway that had a fire. So, I mean, it talks about venting. It talks about byproducts of combustion when you have a fire in there, and the difficulty in categorizing those because they're changing, you know, what comes off the battery through the process of combustion gets converted to other things. But yeah, it's a pretty long report as well, but I guess some of the highlights there, we did another study too about hydrogen venting through, I think that was through Sandia National Laboratory, and it's the little things, right? So like your airflow can't be so high that you're not picking up the hydrogen, right? If to give you an alarm status. So it's a lot of balance between all these different competing engineering aspects of it.
And if you address the fire in the lithium-ion batteries, isn't it true that it's almost a hazmat situation after that? And you addressed ways to deal with that from a safety standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, there was a fire, and Corvus has been pretty good about. They were Corvus batteries, so they've been good about, you know, honest lessons learned, and they were integral part of the response in Norway with the fire department when that happened. It's led to some changes there in cooling and the way that their battery bank cooling. It's either water or air, but it's led to recommendations in that regards.
Excellent. Well, we appreciate the time. We're out of time, and an excellent presentation. I had no idea this was going on. Under the maritime workforce safety side, you're getting into the environmental side too, and that's a pleasant surprise to find out all this stuff is happening on the innovation side. Thank you again, John Gehring, who is the Kings Point 01 professional engineering graduate from the Maritime Administration Office of Safety. Thanks again, John. Now we're going to move to Mr. Brian Varney, who's an international economist with MARAD, to talk about the international cooperatives and innovation going on at MARAD. Brian, I guess you're there?
Hi, good morning, Dave. Thank you for that.
All right, let's see if we can bring up your slides.
Bring up my slides here.
Again, I apologize for my voice.
Let's see, share. Okay.
All right. We're ready to go.
Are the slides up, yeah?
We got to get you in slideshow mode, so there you go. All right, we're good to go. Brian Varney.
Hi, good morning. I'd like to thank Dave and my executive director and all the other folks who made this possible. I wanted to talk today about our international cooperation, cooperatives, and innovation that the Maritime Administration is working in. And it's something that you don't hear a lot about. And there are career paths within this for, international maritime. And so one of the things we do, really the international activities we work on behalf of U.S. carriers and shippers and the interest of U.S. government in seeking maritime transportation relations with certain countries and to ensure U.S. carriers' participation in transportation in the international trade of cargoes in safe, secure, and competitive environment. Now, to do that, MARAD has entered into some bilateral agreements. These are with Brazil, China, Vietnam, Russia, and the EU on short sea shipping. Those bilateral agreements, generally, what they do is they promote U.S. carriers' access into, shall we say, difficult markets. You notice China, Vietnam, and Russia were very difficult markets to get into because of their restrictive policies on U.S. ownership of assets within their borders. Brazil had the same thing. And with the EU, it's a little different. It's short sea shipping to promote the sustainable and competitive freight and passenger transport within the EU. Also, we have multilateral engagements from MARAD. These multilateral engagements include our engagement at the World Trade Organization, WTO, where we defend the Jones Act. Many of you may not remember that before the WTO was the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, which was the only international agreement that governed the trade and tariff situation. That changed in 97, I believe, to the WTO. And the WTO now is the international organization that we go to because we have a restrictive policy known as the Jones Act, which allows only U.S. bottoms to trade within U.S. ports, to call on multiple ports within the United States. Foreign flag carriers are only allowed to call at one port to load or discharge cargoes or passengers. So because of the policy of the Jones Act, we, as the United States government, go to the WTO and say, here's why the Jones Act is important for the United States. And it's mostly on a national security ground where we argue that the national security interests of the United States are such that we need to have a Jones Act program that then will benefit our growth of our trade within the U.S. borders, and also develop a mariner base while encouraging shipbuilding to take place in the United States. And another one is the International Maritime Organization, IMO. MARAD is part of the U.S. delegation, and actually Michael Carter's shop, the Environment International Group, they are the technical experts in that. Another thing that was interesting was the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law. Many years ago, the Carriage of Goods by Sea Convention, which is the 1934 convention, international convention that looks at delineates the liability between the shippers and the carriers. Now, that was updated back in 2008, 2009, with what's called the Carriage of Goods by Sea, whether in part or whole convention. That was a 5-year negotiation with 184 countries. MARAD was the technical representative to the U.S. delegation, which was led by state. However, MARAD convened both the shippers and carriers to come together to reach agreement to find what are, as the U.S. government and the industry, what are the red lines that we would not accept in an international trade agreement. So we work very closely with both the carriers and the shippers to define and get an agreement between the U.S. carriers and the U.S. shippers on what we would agree to within this international convention. It took 5 years of negotiation, and within the UN itself, the Commission on International Trade Law, eventually it was passed and done. And so far, I think there are about 30 countries that have signed on to this. Again, it's a delineation of responsibilities and liabilities between the shipping interest and the cargo interest itself. Now, the Maritime Administration, works in supporting the U.S. government positions and policies in a lot of different ways. One way is in the Indo-Pacific strategy. We worked with states on developing a program to help Sri Lanka and the Indo-Pacific in general to look at ways that the U.S. government could provide, countering Chinese influence, provide them guidance on high-quality maritime transportation infrastructure, both multimodal, promote U.S. industry standards, technology, and market access, generating economic recovery. What we've been doing is supporting the State Department and the administration's policy in the Indo-Pacific region. We specifically focused on Sri Lanka due to Sri Lanka's partnership with China, whereby China provided the funding and construction for a deep water port in the south of Sri Lanka called Hambantota. The port itself, from many international studies that have been done prior to the Chinese coming in, showed that it would never be profitable. However, the government went ahead and teamed up with China to build that port. And of course, then the government could not sustain the debt that was incurred. And so they did a deal with China to turn over the port on a 99-year lease to the Chinese. And of course, that made everyone stand up at attention and look at what was going on, in the Indo-Pacific region, especially with Sri Lanka, and now the Chinese gaining access to a deep water port as part of, another pearl in their string. So that's been a very important focus lately, given the competition between the United States and China. Really what separates us from the U.S. from our near-peer competitors is our ability, the U.S.'s ability to project power where and when we want at a time and place of our choosing. And with that, the Chinese have watched how we've done this, and now they have developed methods to counter that. So in the Indo-Pacific framework, we looked at how best we can, develop and help the development of the economies of the Indo-Pacific region. India, Bangladesh, Thailand, Sri Lanka, helping them to wean themselves away from the Chinese easy money that comes with many strings to it. We engaged in a Port of Colombo technical assistance program to really show our commitment to the region and to Sri Lanka. And we spent 4 years, and the State Department funded us to do this. And it's turned into a much broader program now to what we're calling the Indo-Pacific strategy in terms of DOT's engagement in the region. Not only with Sri Lanka, but also with other countries that are threatened by the Chinese easy money access that comes with a heavy price to be paid. We provide these governments with the tools necessary to analyze and to drill down into these unsolicited proposals that come, regarding ports or multimodal transportation nodes. And we bring a diversity of expertise that, if it's a multimodal, we can bring in, to work with us, both the Federal Rail Administration, Federal Highway Administration, and to work with, our brothers within DOT and also within, the U.S. government as a whole. Working, as a USG kind of coordinator, the Maritime Administration's role in Sri Lanka really focused on coordinating the U.S. efforts within the region and within Sri Lanka. The various lines of efforts that have been going on within the government, coordinating these activities. That's still going on. It's a larger program. It's gone from Sri Lanka now to what's called, the Bay of Bengal region, Bangladesh, India. We can't work with Burma right now, but Nepal, Bhutan, Thailand, and the Maldives. Again, working with them on a whole of government approach to facilitating U.S. policy objectives within the region. And DOT's played a large role in that, and the Maritime Administration is out in front on this in the ports. The international side of this is for example, when I say whole of government, if you remember back to the Gulf War, the second Gulf War, the government, State Department and DOT stood up a department-wide program within the embassy in Baghdad to support transportation. We had a transportation attaché. I was fortunate enough to be the senior advisor on ports and waterways, and it's not normal in one's career to demine a port and to raise wrecks out of a port after it's been demined. There's some very unique and interesting opportunities that took place during that period of time. The environment working there was, how often does one get to rebuild a port, you know, in one's career? And that's, you know, a once in a lifetime opportunity. But there will be other opportunities and others, ways to serve and to do this. We, for example, the Maritime Administration had the lead at Port of Guam to develop and execute a $50 million port expansion program that would support the Department of Defense's needs to have a larger civilian port in Guam that would facilitate then the movement of Marines from Okinawa to Guam. And so over a 5-year period, we increased the capacity at the port, put in several hectares of laydown yard and redid the infrastructure within the Port of Guam, which was a very unique and interesting opportunity. There's a whole world of international activities that MARAD participates in, and this is kind of an overview of those. To show that, you know, there are much broader implications and opportunities for a career within the maritime sector on an international basis. And that's what has drawn me to do this. I've been very fortunate. I was based in Baghdad for 2 years. I was based in Guam for 4. I was based in Sri Lanka for another 4 years. And currently I serve as the MARAD liaison officer to the Joint Chiefs of Staff representing Sea Lift Equities. And of course, right now with the large Sea Lift recapitalization program, it's a very, very big lift at this point. That's kind of it. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer any. And
Brian, that was excellent. I had no idea MARAD was involved in these things, and your, excuse me, Sri Lanka discussion drove in several questions. I guess one of the bottom line questions is, how do you compete with that? And, you know, the Belt and Road Initiative that China deploys around the world is to do exactly what they do. They offer to build the port. It's easy money. The country accepts it. You knew ahead of time, I guess, from the feasibility study, if I understand correctly, as somebody mentioned this, that it wasn't going to be feasible to do profitability, but China doesn't really care because then they get the 99-year lease and create a de facto naval base. How do you compete with something like that?
well, the way we approached that was there's 2 ways. We have the DFC, which is the Development Finance Corporation, which used to be called the Ex-Im Bank, and OPIC, the Overseas Private Investment Corporation. When they combined, they've merged into one entity. It was called DFC. The Development Finance Corporation offers financing for infrastructure projects, and with a focus now on Asia and the Indo-Pacific, working with, you know, the DFC folks and providing the analysis and tools that are necessary. For example, the Chinese submitted a proposal to build a regasification plant for LNG. And when I looked through that proposal, I saw that deep down buried inside it was a clause about they would have to buy the LNG from China at Chinese prices, for the next 20 years. So a free LNG gasification plant really wasn't free. And, to provide them these insights and tools to analyze those proposals and then to provide them alternatives to what the Chinese are proposing. That's how we've been trying to compete with that. And of course, offering aid and financing as well. But you're right, it's an uphill battle when the Chinese come in with billions and start throwing money around. It really is a...
And in that gasification plant, did they end up going forward with it?
No, we got it.
It was because of your efforts in finding this clause.
Correct, yes. Well, I'd like to think that, but there are always political calculations behind these things as well.
And then you mentioned some of these countries hard to do work with, especially after, in the case of Russia, the Ukraine attack. Would you get involved with the bilateral agreement, like something like the Black Sea Grain Initiative, or were you involved with that?
No, I was not. I don't know what the U.S. role was, but that was brokered through Turkey. The bilateral agreement with Russia, for the past several years, we haven't had our yearly meetings with the Russians due to the political situation there. So it's kind of been in suspense for a while. But prior to that, when we were on better terms with the Russians, we looked at things like, bringing in the Coast Guard to help with, prevention of oil spills, up in the Alaska and Bering Sea, other opportunities, for trade with the Russians. However, that's all been, put on hold for the past several years now.
Interesting. And you mentioned the multilateral engagements, the WTO, IMO. How is that multilateral from that standpoint? People were curious about that. I mean, how does that work, those work?
So in these multilateral form, like the WTO and the IMO, which are all offshoots of the UN, you have 187 odd countries within there that are eligible to participate. We generally work with a block of countries to promote U.S. values and promote U.S. trade or Western values and trade. As the USG, MARAD serves as a support function for the State Department and others. For example, Coast Guard has the lead at IMO. At UNCITRAL, State Department has the lead. But MARAD, provides the technical expertise to support the positions of the U.S. government in these forums. The bilateral stuff where we negotiated the bilateral agreement with Vietnam back in 2005 to gain market access for a company that wanted to build, a port down in Vietnam where they were expanding their port operations. And due to their restrictive laws, the U.S. company couldn't have a majority share. So we negotiated with Vietnam and we got that changed, and the U.S. company went in and has been operating a port down in Kai Mep ever since.
And one question came in about international economist. How did you get to be an international economist? What was your educational background?
Checkered? No.
Checkered pass.
So I have an undergraduate degree in Chinese. I studied at Peking University. I have a degree in economics, and I have a master's degree in international trade and policy. I guess because of that background, it's afforded me a great opportunity within the Maritime Administration to exercise the skills that I've gained in those areas to do so. And I had 20 years in the private sector before I joined the government, and I've had now 20 years in the government. So it's been a rich and rewarding career at MARAD.
Excellent. Well, we appreciate your presentation. Again, we've been speaking with Brian Varney, international economist in the International Cooperatives and Innovation section of Marad. Just a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you.
We're going to go now to a quick interview we did yesterday with Mark Eward over at the celebration of the 50th anniversary of MyTags at the Masters, Mates, and Pilots celebration. Mark is the director for MyTags, and we talked about a future project we're working on where we're delivering a cybersecurity course through MyTags. It will be virtually driven by Dan Tursini, class of 81. He will be delivering the course on the 27th, 28th, and 29th. And we asked Mark Eward about that, and we'll go to that real quick and then come back for the next presentation. Hi, I'm Dave Gardy here from Maritime TV. We're at the MyTag School in Lincoln, Maryland, here for the 50th anniversary of the MyTags facility, and I'm here with Mark Eward. Mark, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Great to be here.
You're the director of MyTags. There's a lot of things going on right now, especially the cybersecurity world. It was a theme here at the 50th conference anniversary. Why are you embarking with us in a partnership that you think it's important that we get the cybersecurity compliance issues out to the maritime industry?
Certainly. Well, if you look at the last couple of years, we've seen some major maritime incidents which have almost brought global trade to a pause. If you look at the Suez Canal with the Ever Forward, which went aground. Now, there's a huge amount of vulnerability in our maritime systems. If we look at our electronic charting display information systems, many of them are hosted on older operating systems, Windows 7, which are no longer supported by security. But as we now start making our ships more accessible to the internet, as we start going along with electronic navigation and the IMO concepts, well, our ships are going to be more accessible externally. And so we've got to make sure that our mariners understand what role they play in basically protecting themselves and ensuring that with our ships cannot become a target and therefore risk, impacting that global trade route.
Do you see in the regulatory agencies, the IMOs, the Coast Guards, a real now impetus to go forward with making standards of compliance for cybersecurity in the maritime space?
It's certainly building, and there was a conversation recently at the US Coast Guard MERPAC conference. We're not there yet in terms of compliance because there are so many countries to bring into that level of discussion at the IMO level. But I think everybody realizes how important it is, everybody needs it, and we're finding as MyTags, a lot of companies that are individually interested, even without the regulatory requirement, to go and start that piece and start educating their sailors. And that can be done in a variety of ways, through courses, through asynchronous training and synchronous training. And so our Maritime Cyber course, which will be in, of course, partnership with yourselves, is a great step towards that.
Excellent. We've been talking to Mark Eward, who's the director of MyTags here at the MyTags facility for the 50th anniversary. Mark, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
I'm Dave Gardy from Maritime TV. Thanks for watching. All right, thank you. While we're waiting for Dave Heller to get his slides up, we are going to just want to thank our sponsors again, real quick. The Group of 69, the Class of 69 alumni that are involved with supporting the whole DigiMariner mission, in addition to other things that have offshoots of this, which is Industry Hour, speaking at Kings Point, giving alumni a chance to speak to Kings Pointers directly. Marine Engineers Beneficial Association, American Maritime Congress, Marine Technology Society, the American Maritime Officers Service, and American Maritime Officers, Marine Media Enterprises, Crowley, Penfield Maritime, International Seaways, ABB, Educare of Northern Virginia, Marine Money, Beckman and Associates, and the International Organization of Masters, Mates, and Pilots, who we just heard from today, and their new MyTag school. Again, that's a June 27th, 28th, and 29th cybersecurity training. It's called Maritime Cybersecurity, an overview of what a person who is responsible for cybersecurity and ship operators infrastructure would need to know. It's a really good course and very reasonably priced. We'll be talking more about it in the future, and that was Mark Eward, the director of MyTags, who spoke on it. I think we're ready now, so we're going to go to Dave Heller. He is here as an Associate Administrator, Business and Financial Development and his presentation is Innovation in Industry, Wind Farms, Alternative Fuels, etc. Dave?
Well, thanks, Scott. I appreciate that. I'm going to mostly talk about our programs with financial, helping the shipyards and helping ship owners build ships in the U.S. and some of the innovative ways we've done some new ways of doing that in the recent years. So I'll start off with talking about basically the goals. And the goals are to help the U.S. maritime industry, which is critical to our economy, with domestic shipbuilding, maintenance and repair, and most importantly, supporting the U.S. merchant marine. As everybody knows, the merchant marine right now is short on mariners, so anything we can do to get ships built in the U.S. Helps the whole process for national security, economic security, and objectives of the United States project our maritime interests. We have three basic programs that help support financially the shipyards and shipbuilding in the U.S. One is the Capital Construction Fund. Currently has 140 fund holders, and it has $2.5 billion on deposits. Title 11 is a loan guarantee program. We don't do direct loans. We do guarantees of loans to have ships built in the U.S. It's and I'll go through that individually later to show some of the benefits, but it's to help U.S. Owners have ships built in U.S. shipyards. And the last one is our Small Shipyard Grant Program, which is a program to help small shipyards, which is defined as under 1,200 employees. Currently has, we've done about 300 grants and about $325 million since 2008 when the program was funded. The program does both training as well as construction projects for mostly equipment. We don't build buildings, and we don't buy land with that program. Title 11. And Title 11 is, like I said, mainly to support the shipyards by having the owners' ability to have access to cash so they can construct new vessels, reconstruct vessels, and it's also available for the shipyards to modernize and upgrade the facilities. It's a loan guarantee program, like I said, for basically with full faith and credit of the U.S. government to provide long-term, low-interest loans. Basically, it's rates that you can't get in the market for owners that have good credit, and it will allow them to have cash flow up to 25 years. The program acts like a banquet act. Basically, it'll basically look at your financials, your economic soundness. It'll look at the technical aspects of the vessels you want to build to make sure the vessel is able to do what you say it can do, and it will support supported by regulatory compliance and insurance requirements as well. And these are some of the benefits. So basically, what you'll get for this program is you can't get anywhere else is up to 87.5% financing for vessels, and barges are up to 75%, up to a 25-year term. That's something most people can't access unless you're a very large company with very good credit. So what this does, it provides other companies the ability to get long-term, low-interest loans to help cash flow in their process for reconstructing their fleet, or basically the shipyard, or whatever their interests are, trying to make sure that the vessels support wind farms, and they're to maintain wind farms. They construct and new construct vessels, oil and gas. Basically, we support whatever vessels have built in the U.S., supporting the Jones Act and other vessels. This is basically a recent success story of our program. Canal Barge just built 17 barges, tank barges, and 3 towboats for just over $53 million. And that closed last year. The Capital Construction Fund is a program that helps, actually a 401k for ship owners. So it will help ship owners the ability to construct new vessels, reconstruct vessels, and retire old construction debt. It's a tax deferred program, like I said, like a 401k. What you do is you take the sale of a vessel and you take the sale and you put it into a program. That's the Capital Reserve Fund. The Capital Construction Fund takes the same income off a vessel and puts it into a fund, which later then drawn down to have you pay for the new vessel or other approved withdrawals from the program, which you can use to build vessels, build parts of vessels, or pay for debt. A recent change in the program, it was limited to certain vessels on certain routes. That's been changed now. It's open to all U.S. built vessels engaged in commerce And it just eliminates any of the restrictions on it before from geographic trading restrictions or vessel type. So now it's open to pretty much any vessel in the U.S. that engaged in commerce. The program works, like I said, like 401k, and program funds can remain in the program for up to 25 years. You can take it out to and make investments in as cash equivalents, interest-bearing securities, or common preferred stock, and it's for the purpose of building new vessels in the U.S. to support the industrial base. Qualified withdrawals are construction, reconstruction, and acquisition of new vessels, including repowering, which is something we'll talk about a little bit in a while for vessels owners trying to get to use the new fuels and new types of vessels to save emissions and reduce their greenhouse gases. Basically, this is a way that they can help pay for some of those investments that are coming down later. The retirement of principal debt incurred for those purposes. Basically, it's an IRS program that we run for IRS. So the tax base for new vessels is reduced by the amount of withdrawal. So people put money in their account. The way it works is people put money in the CCF account, let it sit there for a while. When they go to build their vessel, they would take it out and use the CCF funds as part of the down payment. And then the rest of the funds would be, it could be a Title 11 loan, it could be other income, it could be whatever they want to do. But basically, the CCF deposits are excluded from taxable income for the year you deposit. An example of that is the Integrated X vessel, Mark W. Barker, was built with CCF funds. It's the first vessel built with X in nearly 40 years. The program also used some of their funds for installing scrubbers in the existing fleet to help reduce greenhouse gases. That. And another program on top of it is a small shipyard grant program. And what this program is supposed to do is help small shipyards modernize, become more efficient in building, constructing, and reconstructing vessels. A small shipyard is defined by a number of employees by statute. It's 1,200 employees or below. So any yard that has, and those are production employees. So if you have contractors, they don't count to your total. So there's some yards that are bigger than you think they are that are approved for a small shipyard. It's to help them increase the competitiveness and efficiency. Mainly what the program does is buy equipment. Like I said before, we don't do buildings and we don't basically purchase land. We will do equipment purchases, which I'll show some pictures later. We will do infrastructure upgrades that can improve the structure of the facility itself. And the last thing the program does is employee training. So we will do apprentice programs, we will do cross training, yards trying to make sure they basically maximize their employee use, can train different employees on different types of programs, different types of equipment, and they can cross train back and forth. The way the grant program works is every year we're basically appropriated funds. We'll send out a notice of those funds. The cost sharing requirements are 25% from the company, 75% from the government, and the recipient must meet their match. They must pay their share first before they can access any government funds. The companies that have more than one shipyard are allowed to apply for each shipyard in a single geographic location. So what that means is yards have companies or facilities all around the country. Each one of those can apply for a grant. We will normally only issue a grant to one of those companies at one time. We would not do more than one shipyard company in a different location the same year. It's to help spread the wealth. And part of our process for geographic location is to make sure that all parts of the country, all the coasts, the inland waterways, Great Lakes, are all represented and all have an equal share in receiving a grant. Basically, to qualify for a grant, you must build vessels over 40 feet in government or commercial service. We do have a clause in there for vessels over 100 feet in non-commercial service. That basically means large yachts. And the purpose of that is because once you get to 100 feet, those vessels that are being built like that are pretty much the same type of processes in building that vessel that it would be building a tugboat or some other vessel. It's just the finishes are different, but the process going through building a vessel that size is pretty much the same. Eligible projects include infrastructure and basically capital-related improvement, fostering efficiency, competitive operations, and safe quality ship construction and repair. Training programs, we like to see apprentice programs. We will do training programs for all kinds of training, even down to software training for basic project management or drawing or CAD or other stuff. But mainly we want to see, when we see training programs, we're talking about apprentice programs to help people, bring people off the street, train them to a shipyard processes, be either a welder or fitter or something, a painter, and then have the yard employ them as a shipyard employee until they get trained again in some other program. Some examples of some of the programs we've done recently. We do a lot of cranes. You can see a crane in the middle is a truck crane. Crane in the bottom right is a crawler crane. We've done lots of dry docks, especially with subtrap dam regulations coming into play. There are a lot of yards around the country that have a new requirement to inspect tugboats, and that market has expanded considerably. So we have built a lot of dry docks in recent years to help meet that demand. The top right is a travel lift. That is actually a 1,200-ton travel lift built in Kiwanis. We do travel lifts ranging from 100-ton up to 1,200-ton. These were all built in the U.S., maintained in the U.S., which is basically a requirement program. We will only buy U.S. equipment. We don't buy any foreign equipment. The top left domain is a one-sided welder, and the bottom left is a panel line. Those all are used to increase the efficiency and improve the competitive operation of the shipyard by helping use automation to do processes that were done by hand in the past. And so now you see here is a picture of a bunch of wind farm vessels. And what we tried to do with our programs is combine all three programs, the CCF, Title 11, and the shipyard programs, to help support the new developing wind market in the United States. It's still developing. What you see in the top left is a wind installation vessel. There's actually one of those being built in the U.S. in Keppel Shipyard. It's actually looks kind of like that. It's basically a very large, wide jack-up vessel that takes equipment out to the farm and jacks up and installs a turbine while it's out there. What you see in the top right is a service vessel. This is the first one being built in the U.S. for Edison West. That's being built at LA Ship. They are in partnership with one of the wind farm developers to supply service to Southport, which is the two wind farms developed on the East Coast. And the bottom is a service vessel built by Blount Boats to either, they have transfer vessels and also have service vessels to take employees out to the farms and do service and maintain the turbines for the life of the turbine. This is a picture of the NSMV being built at Philly Shipyard. And I know you have a few speakers later talking about that, so I will talk about the design aspects of it. And this is a new way for the government to build ships. And basically what we did is we took our requirements and we did a guidance design. So we had our Maritime Naval architects and engineers, along with a contractor, actually develop a set of designs and plans that was pretty extensive and pretty far along. And then we went with our VCM contract, our vessel construction manager. They took that and they verified it, made the design, something that they could bid, and they went out to bid for the commercial shipyard. And the contract with the shipyard is with VCM, it's not with MARAD. We are the best way to describe it is an overseer. So we have a contract with a vessel construction manager who's building the vessel at a commercial shipyard, actually Philly Shipyard in this case. And The process is a lot different for us that have been doing this for a while. We don't actually touch anything with the shipyard. We all go through this vessel construction manager. So it's a little different process, but it's actually been very effective in keeping the cost down, keeping it on schedule. This boat will be delivered in roughly 36 months from the time we contracted for it. So it's a very effective way for us to use commercial practices to get a government vessel built. Excuse me. So with this case, what we did was we spent a lot of time getting their design done. Since Marit's operated school ships for a very long time, we knew what we needed. We knew we worked with the schools to make sure we took the best of the different parts of each one of the ships that are operating today. We took the best of one of those, we put them together and make it a one design that also took into face the HADR. So a lot of these vessels, when they're needed for hurricanes, we were put in the service. So you can see a ramp on it for bringing a vessel, bringing equipment on, and also a helipad in the back, as well as a large crane. This was all done to meet the requirements that we've developed over the years for operating our vessels in the past. We have 5 of these around the country, and basically that developed the requirements for going forward. The vessels are built with as much U.S. Equipment as possible. We have engines out of Pennsylvania. We have different parts of the vessel that we picked all the places, Appleton cranes here and there. There's lots of parts on it that are actually U.S. It's kind of hard to build a U.S. ship with a large ship in the U.S. with everything U.S., but we, to the maximum extent possible, we did whatever we could to use U.S. products. We're still working on that now, trying to figure out the best way to incorporate U.S. companies in building U.S. vessels. It's not as easy as you think it is, just pick it up and find U.S. parts. So now we're working on databases and other ways to incorporate U.S. vendors to be able, for the shipyards, to be able to find these U.S. vendors and utilize their products. Sometimes you find that you have a U.S. vendor that wants to have a product, but their products aren't certified through ABS or Coast Guard, so they're not able to be used. So there's a process to go through, and we're working through different ways to identify those and different programs to help them incorporate their products to be certified to be used on a vessel. The last thing I don't have a slide for, but I'll talk about some of the, we do a lot with alternative fuels. We have a program called Meta, which is being run out of our environmental office, and they do RFPs and they do other projects to try and incorporate alternate fuels into test programs to show that they're being used. We've done fuel cells, we've done hydrogen fuel cells, all these things that are emerging technologies that aren't being used right now in maritime. So the program tries to demonstrate that these technologies are useful and these technologies can be used on a vessel in different ways. We've seen projects for electric ferries, electric tugs, hybrid tugs. Biofuel has been extensively tested here and there to show that it is useful and the BTUs are relevant to be used on the ship as opposed to diesel. They're comparable. So the fuel is an alternative. It just has to be the infrastructure for getting that fuel out is the biggest part for some of these new fuels. Whether we go with ammonia, hydrogen, or something else in the future, the biggest problem you'll see is infrastructure, which is kind of what LNG started with in the beginning. When LNG came out, there wasn't a lot of infrastructure in there, so the LNG was being trucked in, converting LNG to be used on the ship, and accessing it and getting the rules. Those were all kinds of the things that the program will, the Meta program will use to demonstrate the effectiveness and the use of a new fuel for incorporation into U.S. ships. You'll see more that's easier to do on a smaller ship. Larger ships take a lot more effort to and a lot more technology to be incorporated. And you're slowly starting to see some of those other ones be worked in as well. Now the new goal is at net zero by 2050. If we're going to have any success in meeting any of those goals, there's a lot of R&D and a lot of technology that needs to be developed and transferred to vessels of that size. So these small demonstration projects are really useful in showing that the technology works and where the technology can be incorporated and the kinds of issues and the kinds of problems you have to work through to make sure that the fuel is can actually deliver the power required for the service intended. So those are all things that the Meta program likes to demonstrate. It's trying to show the usefulness of these new fuels and greenhouse gas reduction going forward to try to meet some of the goals of the international community as well as the U.S. requirements and goals for going forward. That's all we had to present today. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to take questions.
Yes, some questions have come in. On the small shipyard grant program that you fund them to improve their equipment in preparation for an increased workload, I would hope. Does Marriott ever work to help that second part by helping the shipyard win more work? And if so, how do they do that? So that would effectively guarantee that they could pay the loan back.
Right. So the grant program doesn't do anything with work. The goal of the program is to make the yard more efficient. And the theory is, in hoping making the yard more efficient, they will be able to win more work by either a reduced cost or basically some way that they can show that the customers that they'll do a better job with the new equipment they have. And what we've seen with that program in particular is some of the small companies are so small, it's really hard for them to make investments. So this program helps them a lot with getting newer equipment that they wouldn't be able to get otherwise. So you show up at some of these yards, they have a crane from 1950 that when the new crane shows up, the crane from 1950 they put off to the side, but it still works. They don't want to get rid of it yet. And it's kind of amazing to see these small yards just blossom with this new equipment they get, whether it's cranes or welding machines or automation or whatever it is.
With what you're doing with wind installation vessels and wind service vessels, is this market for these vessels being driven by the U.S. flag requirement for the wind industry?
So the overall market itself has been developed by the wind farm developers. So they're the ones out there with the power programs where they will bid on power. The Jones Act requires vessels that are moving freight and moving stuff back and forth to be U.S. There are different vessels within the program, within the wind market that do not have to be U.S. So an installation vessel, for instance, can be built in foreign and can be used in the U.S. as long as it doesn't move cargo.
Okay, and when you talked about Meta and the alternative fuels program that John Goering also mentioned, if you had to step back, which fuel looks the most feasible, and will LNG be a transition fuel?
I think LNG is a transition fuel. It basically doesn't meet the net zero. It's a fuel that reduces emissions, and right now it's being used, and you can see it being used all over the place. If I'm going to pick a fuel going forward, that's really hard because it all depends on pretty much the R&D and what engine developer can get the best results out of that fuel and which one will be supported the most by infrastructure. It's kind of like VHS and beta. Which one's coming first and which one's going to survive? It's hard to tell.
Excellent. Well, it's pretty good representation and an excellent presentation. We've been speaking with Dave Heller, who's the Associate Administrator for Business and Financial Development on a whole host of things that they get involved with, wind farms, alternative fuels. Thank you again, Dave, an excellent presentation.
Thank you.
We're going to break now for lunch a little early, but we're going to go to 3 or 4 presentations pre-recorded that we've had featured in the past. And John Ballard, the USMMA Academic Dean, did a keynote back at DigiMariner 7. We also got a presentation from Chris Spain with American Maritime's Officers Services. An excellent presentation by Lois Zabraki, who runs International Seaways, class of 91 graduate. I know Chris Spain is also a graduate. I didn't get his year. And then we'll end with Mark Eward again, who talked to us yesterday about the new cybersecurity program that Maritime TV is playing a role in that it will be given for cybersecurity at the MyTags facility, but by virtually with Dan Turasini from Class of 81, coming up to June 27th, 28th, and 29th. With that said, enjoy your lunch, and we'll be back here at 1 p.m. with Doug McDonald, Director of Office of Policy and Plans at MARAD. Thank you. So without further ado, it's now 10:34 Eastern. We're going to go to the opening keynote from the Academic Dean and Provost, Rear Admiral John Ballard, the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy. John?
Good morning, Dave, and thank you. It is indeed a great day for all of us here at KP and for all of our KP alums who have been so critical in this effort. I really am glad to be able to talk to you today on our birthday. And I'm also glad to reinforce how important this DigiMariner process has really been to our education here, our current midshipmen's program at Kings Point. You guys have really developed all of the participants and all of the visionaries behind this, and most principally, of course, the group of 69 from the class of 69. You've really developed a fantastically innovative and very supportive program that hits us right at that critical nexus between industry and education. I think you all understand how important it is for us to stay current and to have a vision on the future of the industry. Because as you well know, our graduates are going to go out and carve a course and move the industry forward. And we have to make sure that they have the proper transition and they're familiar and comfortable dealing with emerging issues going forward. As the emerging leaders that they're going to be, they have to have that familiarity with what the future is going to bring. And the DigiMariner program has been immensely successful in doing that. Not only have we benefited from our midshipmen observing these presentations and meeting and working with the great people who support them, but we've also managed to transition a lot of these concepts, key questions, scenarios, and the challenges that are presented by emerging technologies right into our classroom. And that's really helped us stay vibrant, and that's helped our midshipmen prepare to meet these challenges that are so important in front of us. I remember when we first started talking about this back before the pandemic, I admit that I'm a little skeptical that we were really going to make this nexus work and that we were going to get the integration we needed. And I have been very impressed with the success that we've seen over time. It was particularly important during the pandemic when we all became much more familiar with digital technologies, but bridges like this enabled our only interaction with industry for many, many months and really kept our midshipmen engaged in what was going on in all the technical fields. The class of 69 and the other architects of this program have also done a superb job in treating the issues in a way that's given them relevance to both DEC and engineering programs and helped us move forward in a lot of areas that are critical to not only STCW competencies, but in building the sort of mental awareness and the decision-making skills that are also important to our students. When I first got involved with DigiMariner, I started by looking back a little bit to how important visioning and future adaptability was to the maritime industry. And I looked a little bit as a historian to what the great generation of World War II managed to accomplish with the liberties and the victories and with the reconstruction of our entire system here to support a global war. And I would tell you, in my view, that sort of technical vision, that sort of adaptability is just as important to us today. Not just because of China and Russia, and not just because of the changes that we see in the national supply chain and the global economic interdependence, but because of the speed of change that we're seeing in technology across the spectrum. And that's why it's really fantastic to see this agenda that you have here today. The strategic sea lift perspectives that Steve Carmel and Greg Pulowski are going to share, the historical context that's going to come from Sal Mercogliano, and of course the focus later on today on autonomous vessels, I think is a great blend. And I think it's really going to keep us moving forward and keep that dynamic engagement, not only for our students, but also the connections with our alumni, which are so critical for us here at KP. So with your support and with your continued engagement, we're going to keep a weather eye on the future. You're going to help us educators here in the ivory tower. You're going to help us vision out into the industry and into the challenge of the future. And that's going to enable us to adapt. We're at a critical turning point here at KP. We've got a promise of some new money for refurbishing some of our academic buildings, increasing our simulation support here on campus. And I have a pretty good confident idea of a brand new academic building that's going to have a lot more technological enhancements coming over the next 5 to 10 years. So keeping this vision on the future, keeping good connections with the industry is really going to help us bring that home in the way that it needs to be done. Finally, I just have to give a shout out to the number of alums that have dedicated so much of their time to this program. Particularly here on our birthday, it's great to recognize so many people that for decades have supported not only this institution, but the industry with vision and real leadership. The list that you've got today's agenda is very reflective of that. And I think that every midshipman on our campus today looks at a list like this and sees that as something worth emulating going forward. So you guys are not only sharing knowledge, you're not only sharing perspectives and challenges, but you're also serving as the sort of exemplary leaders that are all so important to our midshipmen here at Kings Point. So thank you very much for what you've done. I look forward to even more in the future, and I'm very excited about today's presentations. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you, Admiral. Appreciate those comments. And now we're going to go to an interview with Chris Spain from the American Maritime Officer Services. Hi, I'm Dave Gardy from Maritime TV from our studios here near Washington, D.C. in preparation for DigiMariner 4 in September. And with us right now is one of our sponsors, VP of Government Relations for American Maritime Officers, Christian Spain. And he's also the Vice Chairman of the Maritime Safety Committee for the International Transport Workers Federation. Chris, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Dave.
Give us a perspective. What is AMOS all about?
AMOS is the American Maritime Officers Service. It is a organization of AMO employers that promote the U.S. Merchant Marine. They do that through political action on Capitol Hill and also by donating to causes around the industry.
So we really appreciate your sponsorship of the AMOS of the DigiMariner series, but you guys have been in the digitalization business for a while as it pertains to maritime. Can you give us some perspective of that?
Yes, American Maritime Officers, our training facility, the Star Center in Dania Beach, Florida. They're the training facility within the United States that has more U.S. Coast Guard approved courses than any other facility. They have been moving to putting things online for about 10 years, but really since COVID has broken out, that's accelerated quite a bit. We've moved into a blending learning environment, particularly with our deck and engineering upgrade courses. So about 80% of our deck upgrade courses and 50% of our engineering upgrade courses are done through the blended learning method, which means they do most of the book learning from their home or possibly even on the vessel, but through live instruction. And then they have 6 months after that to show up at our training facility and go through their competencies to complete the course in order to get a certificate.
Excellent. So what's your vision for the future after post-COVID now that things are coming back to normal as far as digitalization and maritime training?
I think it's really going to move towards blended learning. Just like everybody has been, or many people have been able to work from home during the COVID crisis, it just makes more sense financially to go with a blended learning. The only issue that I see with it going forward is ensuring that we still have good results. We have been collecting quite a bit of data during COVID on using our blended learning and online learning. And we have found that there is a retention gap that's greater than in-class instruction. It's roughly 7 to 10%, but we are sharing that information with Coast Guard headquarters so they can evaluate going forward how many courses they will allow to be taught online or through a blended method.
Yeah, that was a good question. How has Coast Guard been responding to this?
So the Coast Guard's been very good throughout COVID. They have given us preliminary approvals for many of these courses to do through blended learning, but we look forward to making applications soon for permanent approval to use blended learning in many of these courses. They definitely see that this is the wave of the future. You can't do everything through blended learning because of the KPI requirements by the STCW, but you can do much of it, and it's a cost savings, and it's also a time savings for those of our mariners who are on vacation. They rather be doing as much from home rather than spending more time away from their family at our training facility.
Interesting. So if people want to find out more about American Maritime Officers or the American Maritime Officers Services, where should they go on the web?
Our website is www.amo-union.org. We are completely digitalized. In fact, even our dispatch system is done online. We don't do any of our dispatching through union halls. And there's information on there about our Star Center, blended learning, and our online learning as well.
Excellent. We've been speaking with Chris Spain, who's VP of Government Relations for American Maritime Officers and also Vice Chairman of the Maritime Safety Committee for the International Transport Workers Federation. Chris, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much, David.
I'm Dave Gardy from Maritime TV and DigiMariner 4 from our studios here near Washington, D.C. Hi, I'm Dave Gardy here from Maritime TV. We're at the MyTag School in Ithaca, Maryland, here for the 50th anniversary of the MyTags facility, and I'm here with Mark Eward. Mark, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Great to be here.
You're the director of MyTags. There's a lot of things going on right now, especially the cybersecurity world. It was a theme here at the 50th conference anniversary. Why are you embarking with us in a partnership that you think it's important that we get the cybersecurity compliance issues out to the maritime industry?
Certainly. Well, if you look at the last couple of years, we've seen some major maritime incidents which have almost brought global trade to a pause. If you look at the Suez Canal with the Ever Forward, which went aground. Now, there's a huge amount of vulnerability in our maritime systems. If we look at our electronic charting display information systems, many of them are hosted on older operating systems, Windows 7, which are no longer supported by security. But as we now start making our ships more accessible to the internet, as we start going along with electronic navigation and the IMO concepts, well, our ships are going to be more accessible externally. And so we've got to make sure that our mariners understand what role they play in basically protecting themselves and ensuring that with our ships cannot become a target and therefore risk, impacting that global trade route.
Do you see in the regulatory agencies, the IMOs, the Coast Guards, a real now impetus to go forward with making standards of compliance for cybersecurity in the maritime space?
It's certainly building, and there was a conversation recently at the US Coast Guard MERPAC conference. We're not there yet in terms of compliance because there are so many countries to bring into that level of discussion at the IMO level. But I think everybody realizes how important it is, everybody needs it, and we're finding as MyTags, a lot of companies that are individually interested, even without the regulatory requirement, to go and start that piece and start educating their sailors. And that can be done in a variety of ways, through courses, through asynchronous training and synchronous training. And so our Maritime Cyber course, which will be in, of course, partnership with yourselves, is a great step towards that.
Excellent. We've been talking to Mark Hewitt, who's the director of MyTags here at the MyTags facility for the 50th anniversary. Mark, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
I'm Dave Gardy from Maritime TV. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Dave Gardy from Maritime TV from our studios here near Washington, D.C. for this DigiMariner 6 webcast coming to you from Chantilly, Virginia. Joining me today for today's webcast is Dan Terracini, who is a certified instructor for CMMC and a cybersecurity specialist for the company Educare. Dan, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
And he's Kings Point 81 for those who are counting. We've got a great program today. We've recorded the program with each of the speakers' presentations, and then some of the speakers will be coming back for interviews, others will be taking email and responding to your questions later. This is number 6. What are your thoughts as we head into this? This is Earth Day. The morning track is Earth Day and shipping. The afternoon track is digital training for officers in the U.S. Merchant Marine. We've got more in the Earth Day track than the digital training track, but some really good content. Thoughts?
Yeah, well, it's real exciting. I remember the first Earth Day. I was actually, I think it was junior high. I was the president of the ecology club. And we did some cleanup and some things, but you know, it's been a good process. I think we've come a long way. I hope people understand how far we've come. And I think it's great that the maritime industry is getting on board, and they have for some time, and helping with keeping our oceans clean, our ports clean, and our atmosphere.
Excellent. Now, we want to thank our sponsors, too. Star Center from the American Maritime Officers, Marine Money, or MTI Network, the Marine Money event coming up in New York on June 21 to 23. Educare of Northern Virginia, Beckman Associates, and Masters Mates and Pilots. You'll be hearing from various representatives from them today. But we're going to open up with a keynote, our opening keynote presenter, Lois Zabrocki, Kings Point 91, who's president and CEO of International Seaways. She's going to give us the opening remarks on Earth Day and the maritime industry. Let's go to Lois.
Welcome to DigiMariner number 6. I'm Lois Zabrocki. I'm the CEO and president of International Seaways Shipping. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today to share with you a few minutes on leadership, and then I will dive into the world of decarbonization. Dick Kaluska and his team asked me to speak here today. Gentlemen like Dick, class of 1969, are a rare find and a credit to Kings Point Merchant Marine Academy. Dick and his team go out of their way to support the Academy. Thank you, Dick, for being a shining example of leadership. My husband, Captain Frank Zabrocki, was a classmate of Dick, and he advises me that Dick was a very smart guy who applied himself, was an excellent student, and was never a bully. Dick sounds like the kind of guy that is a leader and someone that it's easy to get behind to support. Kings Point provided me with a rich foundation and illustrates the benefit of bringing together kids from every state in the union and giving them a proper education. This educational gift will serve as a very strong base for each of you in your future, in your professional career going forward. Soon, you will be entering the workplace, and I believe you will be entering the workplace at the most dynamic time for shipping in decades. Many of you will sail, and some of you will enter the service branches on active duty. All of you will be embarking on your careers at a time of a revised world order. The COVID pandemic accomplished the reality of people working remotely and having to achieve the same outcomes as they would if they were all together. You will be entering a remote and a hybrid world, and you will have to learn from those around you and not necessarily get the exposure to sitting next to them that I had when I started out in my career. I want to share a little bit of the Seaways story. We are a publicly traded company, INSW, on the New York Stock Exchange. We have a fleet of 85 tankers. We have 50% of an FSO joint venture that's floating, storage, and offloading. And we have a lightering business that's run out of Texas. We employ about 60 people shoreside and over 2,000 seafarers. During the COVID lockdown, when we were all working from home, we orchestrated the doubling of our tanker fleet with a big merger. We ordered vessels that are being built in Korea, and we sold over 20 older ships. How can an international tanker company be of any relevance to you today? Let me start with a bit of the world energy overview. The United States is incredibly well positioned to benefit from the current run-up in energy prices worldwide. Oil rigs are going online daily, and oil and gas production are increasing. By the end of 2022, the United States will be producing over 12 million barrels of oil per day. That's up 1 million barrels over last year. The United States is right up there in oil production with Saudi Arabia and Russia, one of the top 3 in the world. The EIA, that's the Energy Information Administration, which is part of the Department of Energy in the United States, projects that natural gas production in the United States will continue to grow for the coming 2 decades. Much of this will be for export on LNG vessels. The United States will continue to be a pivotal player on the world energy stage for the foreseeable future. The industry will need educated marine experts to sail on U.S. flagships that will be built in U.S. yards for decades to come. The industry will need experienced innovators to drive change going forward. Touching on leadership, each of you here today is a leader. You may be out in front, or you may be behind the scenes. Either way, leadership is developing deep excellence in your business and in your role. Leadership is when you take a minute and you look around the room and you recognize that someone else on the team is the expert on a technology, a product, an engine, or an idea. Leadership is being bold enough to ask questions and to be willing to learn every day. Leadership is not demonstrated by the bars on your uniform or your title on your business card. It's found in your character every day when you set out to be the best student, the best cadet, and the best human being that you can be. Talking decarbonization. I want to illustrate how the international and domestic maritime business is connected. At International Seaways, we are building today 3 very large crude carriers in Korea at Daewoo with dual fuel engine technology. These ships will be capable of burning both conventional fuel as well as LNG. These ships will require a tiny amount of conventional fuel as a pilot fuel, but are designed to burn continuously natural gas. The 3 ships will have LNG tanks on deck that keep the gas liquefied to temperatures of about minus 160 C. These tanks will be constructed of manganese steel and be heavily insulated. How will we bunker these ships? The bunkering vessels are being built largely in the United States. They will be provided by LNG bunker barges, US built, US owned, and US crewed. Our VLCCs will burn about 40% less fuel than a ship that is 10 years old, and about 20% less than the newest conventional engines that are being built today. What I think is interesting is that there are often technological exchanges between domestic and international yards. 12 Jones Act MR carriers that are loading products and chemicals and trading in the US Jones Act fleet today were built at Aker, Philadelphia. And they were built to the design and specification from Hyundai in Korea. And this was done about 10 to 15 years ago. We have a lot of crossover projects in the maritime world, and it's going to take all technological development, both internationally and domestic, to meet the challenges of decarbonization that are on the horizon. There's also an expanding domestic business for offshore wind support vessels. Many of these vessels are required, again, to be built in the United States, be US flagged and manned, and in the Jones Act fleet. Going forward, the world will keep evolving, and we must evolve our skills with it to remain relevant in the energy market. Conversations today around the future of energy are now bringing into question that there needs to be energy security as well as an energy transition to decarbonization. Again, that's what puts the United States in an extremely advantageous position as a stable, democratic energy producer. Today, you will hear from many market-leading companies about decarbonization and innovation. These innovations will revolve around not only the engines that power shipping in the future, but also the cargoes that will be carried on tomorrow's ships. Maersk is a clear leader in building ships that will be powered with methanol, CH3OH. You will learn about biodiesel, which can be produced from a multitude of base materials, including vegetable oils, tallow, corn, soybeans, and many other bases. Over my career in the shipping industry, innovation has been a constant. And now that pace is moving ever faster. When I started out in the business, older ships burned very heavy viscous number 6 oil, or bunker C. It was described as thick, heavy, viscous. And this would be heated in steam plants and was a highly inefficient methodology. Soon, most ships became diesel engines, and the efficiency improvements over the last 10 and 20 years in conventional engines has been tremendous. Today, ship owners are ordering new vessels, and they are opting for dual fuel technology, such as I described with LNG and conventional, or LPG and conventional, and they will be able to burn less polluting natural gas or LPG. Future ships may be propelled by ammonia engines, NH3, LPG, LNG, and eventually hydrogen. And yet there will continue to be a large component of the fleet that will still be burning conventional, very low sulfur fuel oil as we do today. All I can say is pay attention in chemistry class. There will be carbon capture technology, and oil majors and ship owners will carry carbon to be re-injected into the earth in carbon capture projects similar to the very large project being spearheaded by Exxon today. We believe that there will be a multi-fuel future, that innovations will come fast and furious, and there will be continued efficiency gains. Increasingly, the world will look to well to wake emissions, meaning we will evolve to taking into account all the emissions that are created and how energy is produced, how it is transported, and how the emissions are expended and consumed by the end user. You are well placed to take part in the decarbonization of shipping and the decarbonization of the planet. You will witness incredible change going forward. It was a pleasure for me to speak with you today, and I thank you so much for your time and attention.
Hi, I'm Dave Gardy from Maritime TV from our studios here near Washington, D.C. for this special presentation in preparation for DigiMariner 6. And joining us now from Dania, Florida is Mr. Graham Holman, who is the Director of Operations with the Star Center. Graham, thanks for joining us.
Dave, thanks so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Now give us an overview. What is the Star Center and who do you train there?
Well, the technical term is that we are a not-for-profit multi-employer benefit trust. Most people don't know what that means. So in practical terms, what that is that we are the primary training organization and provider to the almost 4,000 men and women of American maritime officers. American Maritime Officers is the largest union here in the United States of licensed deck and engine officers. And we offer all of the facilities here and the classes that they need to be able to train them. We have an amazing center. There's lots of facilities here. And as space allows, we also train the worldwide maritime community and welcome here mariners from around the world on a regular basis.
Now, can you please give us a description of the on-site facilities there at the Star Center?
So we're sitting here in beautiful South Florida. It's a great place to come visit and to come train if that's what you have to do. And we're sitting on about a 10-acre campus. That campus has a main training building. It's the one I'm talking to you from right now. And in here we have about 20 different classrooms and about 15 different simulators of various sizes. We have 2 full mission bridge simulators. We have an engine room simulator. We have engineering spaces, and we have DP facilities for dynamic positioning training, and a whole host of other areas around the bazaars. We also have 125 lodging units on our campus, a full service galley, and we recognize that everybody, when they come here, are pretty much on their vacation time. So with our swimming pools, with our weather, and with the facilities that we provide, we try to make this as family friendly, but as professional as it can be for the training that we provide. And the head of our deck department, Jeff Jones, who's also a Kings Point alum, is going to go into much more detail on that here shortly.
Can you briefly describe the classes that are offered and who has access to the training?
So we have a curricular library of about 150 different courses. As I said earlier, our primary aim is the training of the men and women of American Maritime Officers. They are both deck and engineers. And our training provides for entry-level training primarily at the officer level as a third mate or third assistant engineer, with all of the training that's necessary to raise your grade up to master and chief engineer in the 3 primary areas that we operate, which is the deep sea with all of the STCW requirements that imposes, on the Great Lakes, and for the inland waters with our tugs that we operate there as well. So it's a very comprehensive program. And in an average year, we're issuing about 6,000 certificates. That's a non-COVID year, about 6,000 certificates to about 3,000 unique individuals who pass through here every year.
Wow, that's quite a few. What's your current strategic direction for the future?
So while maintaining the training that I've already talked about, our strategic direction now is keenly focused on professional development. What do I mean by that? Well, you know, the academies and Kings Point, for one, does a great job in preparing its graduates to go and work in the maritime industry. But what we want to do is to take that person and for the duration of their careers to have the courses that will make them an even better mariner and a more professional mariner as well. So on the engineering side, we've got focuses on electrical and electronics work. And on the deck side, we're focused on very specific and demanding ship handling training. And then with an umbrella over both deck and engine officers, we are very much looking at the new world of SIRE 2.0 and requirements to assess mariners and to demonstrate their competencies. And so we want to make sure that they're totally prepared for that as they advance their careers.
So if people want to find out more about Star Center on the web, where should they go?
They should go to our Star Center website, which is www.star-center.com, and they can explore there. They'll find all of our courses and what we're offering and all the details about what we're doing.
That's www.star-center.com. We've been speaking with Graham Holman, who's the Director of Operations there at the Star Center in Dania Beach, Florida. Thanks for joining us, Graham.
Thank you.
I'm Dave Gardy from Maritime TV. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Dave Gardy from Maritime TV. Welcome back to DigiMariner 9 here from our studios near Washington, D.C. Before we begin with the afternoon presentation, I want to just take a little bit of time for some housekeeping. This will be archived up after the event, and you can go back and view any of these as also for the prior DigiMariner presentations. They are all up to, I think we're up to over 200 presentations from the professionals and alumni that came over since DigiMariner 1. Anyway, want to mention that if you have questions, the questions are being sent in via the questions link above the video screen. And the tech support line is there too. So if you have questions or tech support issues, our tech support team is standing by. I want to thank our sponsors, the Group of 69, Class of 69, who started this whole thing, the American Maritime Congress associated with the Marine Engineers Beneficial Association, Marine Technology Society, Maritime TV, the American Officers Service, Spirus, Marine Media Enterprises, Crowley, Penfield Marine, International Seaways, who you just heard from Lois Zabraki, ABB, Educare of Northern Virginia, Marine Money, Beckman and Associates, and the International Organizations of Masters, Mates, and Pilots. Without further ado, we're going to go into the afternoon session on policies and plans with the presenter, Doug McDonald, Director of the Office of Policy and Plans for MARAD, in this All Things MARAD DigiMariner. You ready, Doug?
Yeah, I'm ready. Thanks a lot, and glad to be here this afternoon. I'm Doug McDonald, Director of MARAD's Office of Policy and Plans. I had a bunch of topics to think about for this discussion, and I settled on policy for commercial sea lift. I just want to note that, policy under MARAD's purview is vast, and there are a lot of topics that I could cover, but it would take all day. So just going to focus on this one for today and get right into it. This is MARAD's mission. I like to read it by word for word: to foster, promote, and develop the maritime industry of the United States to meet the nation's economic and security needs. And then the vision, real simple: a world-class U.S. maritime transportation system. Now get right into it. I'm going to start with pillars of U.S. maritime policy. So I'm starting with the Merchant Marine Act of 1920. We all recognize that there was policy formulated before 1920, but the basis for the way MARAD functions today, the basis for a lot of its program offices, and the basis for where we are today really start with the Merchant Marine Act of 1920, Section 27, otherwise known as the Jones Act, and then what I consider to be a sweeping act and policy in the Merchant Marine Act of 1936. I'll emphasize that a little further in the discussion here. In terms of other policies that influenced, the maritime industry, particular the U.S. maritime industry along the way, the Cargo Preference Act of 1954 and the Merchant Marine Act of 1970. And there's other policies that I'll be discussing as well. But these are some of the influencers and shapers for today's maritime industry, with emphasis on Merchant Marine Act of 1936. And with that, I always like to state the maritime policy that was formulated for that act. You can see here again another one to read word for word. It is necessary for the national defense and the development of the domestic and foreign commerce of the United States that the United States have a merchant marine, and I won't read every one of these, but number one, a merchant marine that can carry all of our domestic waterborne commerce and a substantial portion of our commerce and international trade. Second one is very important. That's our national security nexus there, capable of serving as a naval and military auxiliary in time of war or national emergency. They wanted these vessels to be owned and operated and controlled by citizens of the United States. They wanted modern vessels at the time, as we still do today, crewed by credentialed mariners that are able to best operate that equipment. And then finally, support for our shipbuilding industrial base. So that's the policy. And if you are familiar with MARAD, you kind of can see where the offices in sea lift, commercial and federal sea lift, fall under this maritime policy statement. Going further, so some more policy decisions that affect the U.S. Flag commercially operated foreign trading fleet. Now, some of these had positive and some negative. So I'm going to talk about a lot of them that may not have been or had positive impacts as well. Getting right into it, the construction differential subsidy, which basically covered the difference between U.S. and foreign ship construction. It was paused in the early 80s, and it did have an immediate effect on U.S. built ships operating in international trade under U.S. flag. So today, many of you have heard that number, 85 vessels in the international trading fleet. Well, none of those were built in the U.S. So that gives you an idea of the impact there. And then on the operations side, the ODS, or Operation Differential Subsidy, was also sunsetted. Those 20-year contracts ran out. They sunsetted in 1981. Contracts ran out 2001, and there is I'll show you a visual of the fleet decline. You can kind of see how it coincides with that going away. We did partially reinstate that through the Maritime Security Program, which provides a partial stipend for the operating cost differential. But this had a profound impact on those flags, on those ships leaving the fleet as well. Some other language that had impact in 2012, the Moving Ahead for Progress in 21st Century, or MAP 21 highway bill, dropped the cargo preference compliance from 75% to 50%. Now, initially it was 50%, but it was raised to 75 in the 1980s, and then back to 50% in 2012. And then in a study that the MARAD did that I was involved with, in interviewing the carriers, that third sub-bullet down there, it kind of says it all. During that period from 2011 to 2014, one of the drivers for their decisions to remove vessels was loss of preference cargo. So preference cargo, still a very important tool in the toolkit to leverage. And then in terms of reimbursing USAID for their movement of food aid on U.S. flag vessels to cover the additional budget they would need, that reimbursement went away in 2013 with the Bipartisan Budget Act. So again, And kind of setting it up, I'm going to show you the graph in a minute or two that will, you can kind of see where these pivotal points made a difference in the U.S. flag fleet. Here's the first slide on that, and this is our U.S. flag foreign trading fleet share of U.S. Foreign waterborne trade. We were able to take this back to 1946, and we've updated it through 2022. You can see it started with the Merchant Ship Sales Act in 1946. At that time, we sold those ships, Liberty ships. They went, we sold them to U.S. buyers as well as buyers from other countries. But what also happened here was the evolution of flags of convenience and the allowance of U.S. operators and U.S. owners to flag their ships in other countries such as Panama and Liberia. And, that had a huge impact on the share of trade on U.S. bottoms. You can see it kind of stopped there for a little bit, but then continued to go down. Containerization was introduced, and as that became a more viable option, it was more efficient to move goods in containerized ships, which required less ships to move goods in international trade. So you saw a further drop. And then from there, this, basic flat line on the bottom here, obviously it's nudged down even further to 1.5%. We'll have updated figures for this. I do believe we're going to go back up a little bit, largely due to influences from other competing legislation, but I'll save that for a later discussion. And here, apologize, I did not know this was a successive slide, but there's the line. This focuses only on the ships and international trade starting back to 1990. Close to 200 ships. And remember, we talked about contracts under ODS phasing out. And then we see that decline there. And then, here we see a little bit of it's still declining, but we had MSP introduced eventually, and but we still fell all the way down to just before, Iraqi freedom and the war in Afghanistan. During that period, we did experience an increase in preference cargoes, which seemed to have an effect on the fleet there. You can see that. And then as a result of those two laws that I mentioned that, reduced the cargo preference requirement and that excessive freight differential requirement, you can see things drop again. Of course, this is when they closed the bases as well overseas and sites overseas, resulting in less preference cargo. And then you can see we've been pretty low. We also include long-term charters on MSC in this figure, so it can go up and down a little bit. And of course, we do have a tanker security program, newly minted, which will help with that number as well. So where we are today, 85 vessels is not. I would not fixate on an exact number. It goes up and down by ones and twos each month, but generally in the mid 80s is what we're talking about today. Carries less than 2% of our nation's import-export waterborne cargo. I think it may be not that that's any kind of astounding rebound, but we may be at 2% the next time we run this number. We have a baseline of Ray Reserve Force vessels, government-owned, sea lift capacity, reduced operating status. And then, of course, we need mariners. So these, these assets are crewed by the same mariners. So obviously, if I'm pulling from the commercial fleet to crew an RRF vessel, but I also need a vessel from the commercial fleet that needs mariners. So you can kind of get the idea of how the mariner shortage arises there. So where have we been successful? We still have the Jones Act in place, and we do carry our domestic commerce on U.S. built, U.S. flagged vessels. It's the U.S. is a large country. It's a contrary to some folks' needs. It is a contestable market. And then in terms of the international trade, we don't do that. I mean, there's context there, but generally 2% is not construed as a substantial portion of our tonnage on U.S. bottoms there. So, and again, what are the implications? Is having a lot of cargo on U.S. bottoms a silver bullet for control over the seas? Maybe not, but it is certainly an influence and certainly considerable in helping us gain control. Right now, we don't have that. And of course, as we saw in the pandemic, a couple of years ago, liner schedules to the U.S. are really driven by our import commerce, and those companies serving those schedules are not typically not, in 98% of the cases, not U.S. flag carriers. So again, back to that national security nexus, we do rely on these vessels through the visa program at MARAD, the voluntary tanker agreement program, maritime security program, now the tanker security program. Those are all tools to have assured access of these commercial vessels to use in times of an emergency. Again, even with all this, there are studies out there, at DoD. There some are unclassified, some are at the secret level. But what we do know is that we do seem to be short of sea lift capacity. And of course, this U.S. flagged foreign trading fleet, as we mentioned earlier, was not built in the U.S. So it doesn't support the shipbuilding industrial base. Just another visual of that fleet makeup of the 85 ships. I did add a last minute bullet down here. TSP's going to push up the tanker total a little bit, so we will grow. And then the federal support programs. I've already mentioned a lot of these and where they play a role, but here it is on the slide. MSP, TSP, the Cable Security Fleet Program. Now these aren't cargo carrying vessels, but they support mariners for sea lift support. And our cable under sea cable network is very, it's crucial for our communications. So, and then going down a little further here, our cargo preference requirements still, and you've heard MARAD, those at MARAD talk about the three-legged stool of, a stipend, preference cargo and commercial cargo. Preference cargo is very important still to this day. This predates the Merchant Marine Act of 1936, but the 100% requirement for military cargo, established and enacted in 1904 to set that requirement. We still have the minimum of 50%, and then, as you can see, Ex-Im Bank usually provides 100%. And of course, these are theoretical. We all know the effective carriage rate is going to be somewhat less than 100% because of availability. And then moving on, our shipbuilding industrial base, another component of that policy statement I read earlier. And for passenger vessels, the PVSA, again, that was enacted in 1887, so predates the Jones Act, but still very important. Title 11 loan guarantees, favorable interest rates on loans provided and backed by the government are great tools for investment. On the domestic side again, capital construction fund, and then the tax deferral like an IRA for ships. The CRF supports investment, small shipyard grants, and you'll hear from Mr. Vince Mantero next about the U.S. Marine Highways. Another, folks think of that as landside investment, but they're a vast potential to support the shipbuilding industry there and developing ships for the domestic waterway trades. And then this is more, I would consider more directed towards ships and international trade, but that ad valorem tax, love it or hate it, does it, well, at least it's intended to support ship repair in U.S. Shipyards. So that's all I'm going to say about shipbuilding. And then this slide, hopefully something happens here. Yeah. This gives you a relative look at our ocean-going ships and international trade versus comparable ships in the world. And so at 84, because this snapshot was taken last year. Again, don't get hung up on one or two differences in the numbers there, but 84 last March relative to 31,500 foreign flag vessels that are ocean going. Now I did add this slide just to truly compare apples to apples. In all honesty, these 31,500, some of them are in domestic trades for their respective countries and ocean going. So if you want to go full apples to apples, you include our ocean going vessels in domestic and foreign trade. We're at 179. It's still way less than 31,500. I guess that's the point to take away from that slide. So we always, China's always on our mind. So let's compare to China and see what they're doing and how well they're doing. You'll see they're just one state-owned Chinese enterprise has over 1,400 vessels, 113 million deadweight tons. Number one company in the world for tonnage. They also invest in their land side, 57 terminals, 50 container terminals, you can see there. They're part of the Ocean Alliance, right? And that Ocean Alliance controls about a third of the Trans-Pacific trade. And this is interesting too. They delivered more than 44% of the world's gross tonnage in 2021, according to the OECD data. And, for a long time, Korea was neck and neck with China in terms of gross tonnage, but now China has surpassed them. And the one thing I'll note too is that, I was like, well, if China's gaining, who's losing? The U.S. can't lose because we're a fraction of a percent. So who's losing? It seems to be Japan that is slipping in terms of rankings. They're still third, but I think they're down to about 19 to 20% now, where they used to be closer to 30%. Of course, 132 billion invested in their shipping industry over an 8-year period. There is certainly more than the U.S. has invested in their shipping industry. And then I wanted to add this. So it's kind of sounds, we've got these policies in place and everything's like, kind of bottomed out. So what's next, right? The National Defense Authorization Act of 2023. Now, it did include a lot of studies, and studies are studies, they are not products in a way, but they're unique in that they target areas of need that have not been previously targeted in decades. And I did highlight a couple in red. And this is not everything, right? There are dozens and dozens of requirements out of that NDAA 2023, as we call it. But I did want to highlight this GAO report on the effectiveness of current government policies to promote growth in the U.S. merchant fleet. Something we'll all want to keep an eye on as they conduct that study. I say begins the recapitalization of the RRF because they do direct MARAD to create a design in coordination with the Coast Guard to complete a design for a ro-ro ship and contract with a vessel construction manager to build up to 10 vessels. So there's movement there amongst all the other requirements in place. But, the one I saved to highlight on its own is this one, the requirement for a national maritime strategy. And many of you may recall the Howard Coble Act required MARAD to conduct a strategy. It was a long and laborious process. I don't think we truly got there in terms of a strategy. And Congress recognized that. So this time they split it into two parts. One, they require MARAD to contract with a federally funded Research and Development Center, or FFRDC, to inform the contents of the National Maritime Strategy. So if you can think of that, this FFRDC is supposed to interact with a multitude of stakeholders across the maritime industry, focused on SEALIP, I might add, to inform MARAD as to what they should include in a strategy. And then, so you think of that as like almost like where we need to be. And then they come back and MARAD is supposed to, after the study, we're supposed to use the study to inform a national maritime strategy. And then in terms of timing, this is where I think we're going to be, just the way things work. And this is, it's not unreasonable, but we're hoping they complete the study by the summer of 2024. And there are things that MARAD can do in parallel while they're working to inform the study. So, we should be able to complete this a strategy before 2025. So this effectively, we would be getting it over the hump, where I don't think we quite did on the maritime goals and objectives document that we released a few years ago. So again, back to that policy statement. What's different? What did you not see in the 1936 statement? I think today we have a greater emphasis on safety. It's a department goal, and it's a common goal across many administrations. Greater emphasis on climate and sustainability and decarbonization. I don't think they were thinking about that too much in 1936. I mean, some were, but you didn't see it in law. And then I have transformation through advanced technologies and automation of functions. Again, automation not really evident in that policy statement. And then, opportunity for a broader pool of maritime workers. So we know that, in 1936, the demographics that we tapped into for our maritime workforce was limited, and expanding it. We need to expand it because we need mariners, and we need to provide, everyone with an opportunity to work in the maritime industry. And then with that, I think I wanted to leave with this sense of Congress. So, 1936, they had that a pretty elaborate sense of Congress. This time is good as well, right? it's a sense of Congress that the United States Merchant Marine is a critical part of the national infrastructure of the United States, and the men and women of the United States Merchant Marine are essential workers. So you kind of know, you can kind of get why this statement was made. It was, you know, just, coming out of the supply chain challenges that we had in 2022. So the focus was on, these folks are important for the movement of goods and for the supply chain. And I'm going to go out on a limb. I still think I think we should have also added that, as we did in 1936, that the U.S. Merchant Marine is essential for national defense. So maybe in the next sense of Congress, we can put these both together for future policy. And happy to take any questions. If not here, that's the end of my presentation. Certainly just email, and I'll be happy to discuss any topics related to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Excellent presentation. The questions that are coming in are primarily, I think it was the one slide you had there with the two red elements that you highlighted, like one of them was enhance the revitalization of the RRF. What's causing that congressional attitude that for years we've been trying to push them over the top, and now they're looking at it, doing this national maritime strategy with FFRDC support? What's changed? Was it the supply chain that drove it?
Yeah, I think it's the supply chain, and these the ships averaged age, right now are over 45 years. So, each year, it's not a good strategy to just to calculate the age, to just add one to last year. And I think an aging fleet is in conjunction with the supply chain challenges are coming together to drive the need for recapitalization. The other driver, I believe, in the geopolitical realm, and even in, I'm not the youngest person in the world, but some of the geopolitical activities that are taking place, in my mind, also drive the need for recapitalization and a rebuilding of our organic fleet, as well as our commercial fleet. And I do believe, finally, a third part is messaging of the importance of the merchant marine and the dual role it plays in terms of supporting economic security, and then also supporting national security as a least cost method for the nation. I think that message has gotten out, is penetrated a little more than perhaps in the past as well.
On the aging side, did the turbo activation of the ready reserve fleet they did under Busby a few years ago, does that have any effect on this decision, this activity?
I think yes, maybe not. Or, it wasn't the straw that broke the camel's back, but yeah, the activation. Anytime we do an activation, it serves as data and analysis as to where we need to be and relative to where we are. So we have elements of the readiness state that are now through testing, out front and center, that need to be addressed. I think that does help with the message as well.
So this new development strategy and some of these other activities, are we headed in the right direction? Well, we know we're headed in the right direction, but are we there fast enough?
To your point, yes. I think, for the 9 years or so I've been here, we are definitely heading in the right direction. Speed and time is of the essence. I don't want to, go out on a limb and say too much, but we can't test the waters per se. We have to have a sound plan to move forward, and then go all in, right? I believe our, former administrator used to say, go big or go home. I do believe we need to go big, but we need to plan appropriately before we go big. And I think the appropriate planning is happening now. And so I think, especially if you're a younger person, this is a great time to be part of something that could affect change in the maritime industry in the future. Pivotal point with, again, I mentioned there's a lot of things coming together, technology and automation, the ability to, affect change in terms of national security and our economic security has never been greater, at least since I've been here at Marriott. So.
Excellent. Well, we appreciate the time you've taken. Doug McDonald, Director, Office of Policy and Plans, giving us perspective on what those policies and plans are being enacted and the response Marriott has provided to get that effort going. And we're looking forward to that strategy document. Excuse me. Okay, we're a little behind, so we're going to go on to the inception. Presenter Vince Mantero, Director of the Office of Ports and Waterways Planning for Marriott. He's going to talk about ports and intermodal. Vince, are you there? He is. Is he muted?
Hi, good afternoon. How's everybody?
Good. Go ahead and.
Good.
Do we have his slides up?
Yep. Hopefully you can see those.
I think we need to have you in slideshow mode.
Yeah, let's start the slideshow. There it is.
All right, we're good to go.
All right. Again, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Vince Mantero, Director of Ports and Waterways Planning here at Marriott. It really is a great honor to share this presentation with you today, and it'll really just cover an overview of my office, our purpose, and our engagement, especially with internal and external stakeholders. So this is today's agenda, and I promise I'll make sure you stay engaged and curious to learn about our teams in my office. Some of the things I'll speak about today is what my office does to meet Marriott's mission as well as DOT's mission. This includes an overview of my office's team functions and really an overview of some unprecedented funding opportunities available to ports in the maritime industry and how we can work to leverage those opportunities to support Marriott's mission. So I'm starting my presentation with two important mission statements, and I'm sure you're familiar with them already. I want to highlight them because just to see what they have in common. It really is about promoting our transportation system that serves America's people, our economy, as well as our security. We, and when I say we, I mean you as future mariners, the maritime industry, and everyone at Marriott headquarters and in the field, we all make the pedestal strong and capable of carrying our mission. Your role, my role, and everyone else's at Marriott's is the same to serve our nation. So with the next slide, I'd like to highlight our connection and role even more. So here is Marriott's organizational chart. So you're probably thinking, who can read this? I know even those with perfect 20/20 vision won't be able to read it, but the purpose of this chart is to show you how we, that is you at the Maritime Academies and other teams watching this, and later, and other Marriott teams are connected, and how our roles and purpose support Marriott and DOT vision and mission. So think of it as a building. If we would take 1, 2, or even more teams out of Marriott, like removing pillars from building, it does weaken the organization. You've already heard presentations from other Marriott teams and offices who are listed on this org chart and how each part helps support our mission. But if we zoom into the chart just a little bit, you can begin to see how at least my office begins to work with the Academy. So this gives you an idea of our connection and relationship. So my team directly reports to Bill Pappy, who's the Associate Administrator at the Office of Ports and Waterways. And with that, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce you to my team. So this is the staff of my office. You may have had a chance to meet or see some of us in person at the Maritime events. Or if you, yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you tell me which one we left it at? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I apologize. I'm in screen.
He's. Yeah. Well, it looks like we've lost Vince, so what we're going to do is go to a quick video and try to regain the connection. And finally, we're at the last presentation of the day is Jeremy Hope, Vice President of Gulf Ports and Government Contracts for the International Organization of Masters, Mates, and Pilots. We're going to go to that presentation now. Hi, I'm Dave Gardy from Maritime TV from our studios here near Washington, D.C. in preparation for the DigiMariner 6 webcast. And with us via Zoom is Mr. Jeremy Hope, who's Vice President of Gulf Ports and Government Contracts for the Masters, Mates, and Pilots Union. Jeremy, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Dave. Glad to be here.
Give us an overview about MMP. What's it all about?
So Masters, Mates, and Pilots is
Okay, I think we've got Vince back and his slides advancing, and we'll go back to that Jeremy Hope piece later. Go ahead, Vince, give it another try.
I apologize for the technical difficulties. I'll just jump into kind of an overview of my staff. I just really want to say that my office is divided into two teams. The Marine Highway Program, and this is led by Tim Pickering, and the Port Development and Intermodal Planning team led by Natasha Pavlovich. All I want to mention here is that my staff comes from very different backgrounds and experiences. Some are graduates from the Maritime Academies, some have served in the Coast Guard or other branches of the U.S. military, and some even came from other DOT agencies in the private sector. Our team is really a great melting pot of knowledge and expertise. So that being said, let me talk a little bit about our Marine Highway Program, which was mentioned previously. So Merit's Marine Highway Program really has one major goal, and that's to expand the use of U.S. navigable waterways. We work closely with the public and the private sector to develop and broaden marine highway transportation options and facilitate their integration into the surface transportation system. We also want to highlight the benefits, increase public awareness, and promote waterways as a viable, and in some cases, a superior alternative to landside shipping and transportation options. So what makes the Marine Highway Program and what drives it? Well, think of it a watch movement mechanism. In order to have the program, there needs to be a service demand. And if there's cargo that can be moved off of highways and rail and put on a barge or ship at a competitive cost, then there's potential for marine highways. So we do not directly operate marine highway services. Instead, we promote their use, efficiency, and public benefits. And the program is also responsible for a discretionary grant program. So the first round of grants were awarded back in September of 2010. And since then, Congress has periodically appropriated funds for subsequent rounds of marine highway grants. So on the next slide, you'll see where our marine highway routes are. So the blue lines are our designated marine highway routes. They parallel major interstate routes. For example, the M5 parallels the I-5, the M95 parallels the I-95, et cetera. Our routes include rivers, bays, channels, coasts, the Great Lakes, open ocean routes, and the St. Lawrence Seaway System. The Marine Highway Program has about 80% of the nation's navigable waterways designated. And that's important because projects that are interested in applying for our grants have to be on one of these designated waterways. Part of our mission is how do we move the needle? How do we get from 80% to 90% to 95%? And so we're working hard to promote our program by engaging with our internal and external partners. And the following slide is another picture and map of our current marine highway routes. So this is kind of a big lens picture. You see it includes not only Alaska and Hawaii, but all of our U.S. territories. So a little bit of information here about the program itself. It's about 20,000 miles. Again, it covers about 80% of our navigable waterways. We have 40 route sponsors. Route sponsors are required as part of our route designation process. And the program has right now 29 routes. We have 2 under review right now, one in Alaska and another in the Pennsylvania, West Virginia area. So since 2010, we've awarded 56 grants, and Congress has appropriated a little over $100 million since 2010 for the program. So where are those projects? So you can see on the screen where the projects have been funded. And hopefully over the next few years, we'll continue to fill up the map with more of these red dots and squares. So before I summarize, again, the importance of the Marine Highway Program, I'd like to briefly share with you some major changes resulting from the National Defense Authorization Act, or NDAA, which was previously mentioned. It impacts our program as well. So why does it impact us? Well, through Congress, the NDAA provides our authority to carry out this program, and it includes periodic updates or changes. So what does that mean? Well, before 2023 and the NDAA that just passed, the program was limited by the cargo types that could be eligible to apply. It was really limited to containers and palletized equipment. It also required a 3-step process for those that wanted to apply for grants, and also required us to fund projects that carried only freight between one U.S. port to another. Well, let's fast forward now where we are thanks to fiscal year 23 NDAA. Now it allows us to carry freight of all kinds, which is critical. It allows us to carry bulk cargo, which, as we know in our marine highways, that's a very large component of what's carried. It also just made the process to apply for a grant much more streamlined. Before, again, there was a designation of a project, which I won't get into here, but it cut out that part. Now we just need to be on a designated marine highway route. And finally, the NDAA allowed projects that provided service to Mexico and Canada. Very importantly, obviously the funds needed to be expended in the US, but if there's a service, for example, that's interested in going from Houston to Mexico, we could help assist funding in the Port of Houston, for example. So where do we go from here? Well, you probably noticed the same. The NDAA changes provided more opportunities for the Marine Highway Program. Again, it's expected to cover more cargo types. It expedites the grant process and adds eligibility for projects to and from Mexico and Canada. But funding has largely remained the same at the federally appropriated amount of about $10 to $12 million annually. Hopefully, funding will increase in the upcoming years for the program in order to have the impact that we believe was intended due to the changes in the NDAA. So some of the opportunities I just want to quickly summarize. Obviously, we want to grow the program, especially with hopefully future increase in marine highway funding. We want to enable what we call a hub and spoke model, which can connect smaller ports to larger ports and bring more cargo and revenue to disadvantaged communities and rural ports. As I've discussed, we want to leverage the NDAA changes to expand the program to Canada and Mexico and include freight of all kind. Importantly, we also want to promote the growth of the U.S. fleet and sustain jobs in the U.S. vessels, ports, and shipyards. As I mentioned, we want to help relieve landside congestion and improve transportation system resiliency by providing another option, and that's the waterway option. And finally, we want to improve the environmental sustainability of the U.S. transportation system by using less energy and reducing air emissions. So just want to transition quickly to my next team, which is the Port Development and Intermodal Planning team. So think of this as a watch movement to improve port facilities and operations by researching available technologies and best practices, sharing the same and engaging with internal and external stakeholders through multimodal coordination, and with a wider look at the larger supply chain. Again, taking maybe a step back and a wider view. Each component of the process depends on the functionality of the others. So I'm going to share with you just some examples of projects that we're currently working on. A lot of acronyms here, but I'll walk you through them. One of them is working with the American Association of Port Authorities on a survey of building American production capacity for electric port equipment and other port infrastructure items, the key part of domestic manufacturing. We're also working on a study on highway opportunities in the Gulf of Mexico and the Northwest US. This was included as part of the NDAA legislation. We're also obviously working with our ports on identifying MARAD as well as DOT and other federal funding grant opportunities, which will help improve some of the efficiency in our ports. We also review maritime components of state freight plans. Why that's important? Well, it's required by each state in order to access funding for federal highway program funds. And finally, we work with Federal Highway and US DOT's research arm, which is the Intelligent Transportation Systems Joint Program Office, or ITS-JPO, on innovative technologies at ports. Even though these are separate projects, at some point these projects do become tangible. For example, the AAPA survey results may identify the need for different grant opportunities or infrastructure needs. The Maritime Highway Study may reveal some funding that will also identify growth opportunities in the program. So I mentioned previously that we work closely with internal and external stakeholders. And I just want to briefly go over who some of those key stakeholders are. So obviously, some of our key partners include other US DOT modes, especially Federal Highway, the Federal Railroad Administration, and we also work closely with the US Committee on the Maritime Transportation System, or CMTS. We work with several industry and government associations. I've previously mentioned AAPA, the American Association of Port Authorities, and we also work with the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials. These comprise the group of all the state DOTs. Obviously, we work closely with private operators and supply chain professionals, and with other federal agencies, such as EPA, Department of Agriculture, and the Department of Commerce. And finally, last but not least, we work very closely with our ports and the whole maritime industry to meet MARAD's missions. So what are some of the opportunities? So we want to promote and obviously investigate the utilization of our ports and facilities. More importantly, even intermodal connections, terminals, and distribution centers. What's downstream that can affect the ports? Obviously, part of this is also researching maritime technology that can support environmental resiliency, cargo flow and throughput, and the intent is to share this with a wider audience. We want to develop some studies, plans, and reports to support the improvement of the maritime transportation system. And again, this is also to disseminate to a wider audience. We want to investigate the maritime supply chain. This includes, again, intermodal connections, terminals, distribution networks, and what's causing congestion at ports and downstream, and what are some potential remedies. And finally, we want to continue, obviously, with stakeholder outreach. This includes our internal and external stakeholders to make them not only aware of our programs, but the importance of maritime transportation. So what are some opportunities for port and intermodal projects? I just wanted to summarize a few that are out there. There's a comprehensive list of grant opportunities available on our website, but I just, again, want to highlight a few of them. So remember this, almost 15 years ago, we didn't have a marine highway program. And today we have 56 awarded projects and received over $100 million in funding. This year, again, we have about $12.5 million available for marine highway program grants. The PIDP program is one of the really success stories. It's even harder to imagine that 5 years ago, we didn't have any funding appropriated for this program. This year, there's over $660 million available for direct assistance to our ports. And I just want to say, MARAD also has the Small Shipyard Grant Program that makes capital improvements or provides training for workers in shipbuilding, ship repair, and other industries. So beyond MARAD, there's also some other DOT funding opportunities that port and intermodal projects are eligible for. So this includes, for example, what they call the RAISE program. This is Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity. So this program has $1.5 billion available for fiscal year 22-23. And we expect awards to be announced shortly. Another program to mention is what we call the PROTECT program. This is new. It's the Promoting Resiliency Operations for Transformative, Efficient, and Cost Savings Transportation. This has $848 million available for 22 and 23, really focused on resiliency projects, which is critical for our ports. And finally, I just want to share 3 grant program opportunities currently available, what we call our sister agencies. The first one is FEMA's Port Security Grant Program. There are many ports that have been successful in receiving FEMA's grant awards. Currently, this program has about $100 million available to applicants. The second program is what we call EPA's Clean Ports Program. And this is a new program. It has almost $3 billion available for the program. The NOFA, or Notice of Funding Opportunity, has not been released. We expect that hopefully by early next year. We work closely with EPA on what are some of the key priorities for ports that will provide some good synergy with this program. And finally, just want to hit on the EPA's Diesel Emissions Reduction Act program. This is the DERA program. This funds projects to reduce emissions from diesel engines. So if you're interested to learn more about other federal agencies or grant opportunities, EPA has developed a useful list available for grant programs, and they are specific to ports and maritime-related projects. So as a final thought, I just want to provide a conclusion. So it really is an all-hands-on deck. This is circling back to my last slides. The port and the maritime industry is seeing an unprecedented investment. We are pillars of merit, and with our collaboration and engagement, we can support and deliver our merit and US DOT missions. Even though we may not see it, our work, yours and mine, are intertwined. There are so many opportunities out there for us all, and our success is based on our collaborative efforts. Marriage opportunities really are endless, whether you're a mariner, a veteran, an engineer, a planner, a grant specialist, or coming to us from the industry or the private sector. And there's also opportunities for those that are interested just in the maritime industry, supply chain and logistics, research and technology, policy, planning, environment, as well as, again, maritime operations. So working together, obviously, we can meet Merit's mission. So if you'd like to reach out, here's my contact information. Hopefully you enjoyed listening to the presentation and listening about some of the key areas that we're working on. And for that, again, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and apologies for the technical glitches, but be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Vince. There is some interest on the Port Infrastructure Development Program. Can you give us a perspective of where the money gets spent? Is it on security? Is it on dredging? Is it on infrastructure like new cranes? Or is there any kind of a perspective you can give us on the amounts? Not necessarily the amounts, percentages.
Yeah, so I don't have it in front of me, but these largely go what you would call to, it could be infrastructure projects, and PIDP has funded rail projects before to provide access to ports. It's obviously provided what we call inside the gate projects, whether it's at the terminal facilities or improving throughput through the terminal. And they have provided funding for dredging as well. So in all of those, obviously, many of those have security components to them. Many of those have safety components to them. Environmental, there's been a lot of, for example, low emission equipment that's been funded through this. So it's really been a wide range of projects that have been funded through this.
Has there been any funding for the infrastructure development that would allow bigger ships to come into ports, or is that not part of the equation?
Well, I think a lot of it is, and I'd have to see the specific projects, but this is really about increasing capacity, not only to quote unquote replace outdated infrastructure, but we have several ports that are interested in increasing capacity, increasing throughput, and very much so, a lot of this has been to increase the port's capacity, whether it's the larger ships or increasing the traffic that comes into a port.
Excellent. Well, we appreciate the time you've taken. It was a great presentation, and it gives us another thing we didn't know Marriott was doing a lot of ways. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
And we're going to move again now on to the NSMV. This is going to be two great presentations from Chris Moore and Lila Linares. We'll start with Chris, KP70, sorry about that, KP94. He's a senior advisor for the Strategic Sea Lift at MARAD, and he's going to talk about the inception of the training ship NSMV and the vessel construction manager concept. Chris, are you there?
Yes, sir, we're here.
Excellent. Oh, you got both of you. Good.
Yeah, we figured we'd tag team.
Okay. You go ahead and bring up your presentation, your slides. Meant to mention that Lila is a KP graduate from 06.
Mm-hmm. Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Well, I went to share the screen and it gave me 8 options. Let's try this. Can you see the slides?
Yes, go ahead and see if you can advance them. Good.
You talking to me?
Yep, yeah, see if you can advance them real quick. I don't see them moving.
I'm gonna, let's see. You want to take over control? Lila's much more technically advanced than I am, so she often takes control of my computer.
How about the display settings? Is that up there on the top? Yeah. Right. No, it's not it. Oh, do you want to give him control?
I'm afraid to close out because it will.
Yep. Why don't we do this? We're going to go to a quick interview with Mark Heward that we did yesterday and give you guys some time to work on this. And I'm letting my guys know at the last minute, but all right.
Roger.
Hi, I'm Dave Gardy here from Maritime TV. We're at the MyTag School in Lincoln, Maryland, here for the 50th anniversary of the MyTags facility, and I'm here with Mark Heward. Mark, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Great to be here.
You're the director of MyTags. There's a lot of things going on right now, especially the cybersecurity world. It was a theme here at the 50th conference anniversary. Why are you embarking with us in a partnership that you think it's important that we get the cybersecurity compliance issues out to the maritime industry?
Certainly. Well, if you look at the last couple of years, we've seen some major maritime incidents which have almost brought global trade to a pause. If you look at the Suez Canal with the Ever Forward, which went aground. Now, there's a huge amount of vulnerability in our maritime systems. If we look at our electronic charting display information systems, many of them are hosted on older operating systems, Windows 7, which are no longer supported by security. But as we now start making our ships more accessible to the internet, as we start going along with electronic navigation and the IMO concepts, well, our ships are going to be more accessible externally. And so we've got to make sure that our mariners understand what role they play in basically protecting themselves and ensuring that with our ships cannot become a target and therefore risk, impacting that global trade route.
Do you see in the regulatory agencies, the IMOs, the Coast Guards, a real now impetus to go forward with making standards of compliance for cybersecurity in the maritime space?
It's certainly building, and there was a conversation recently at the US Coast Guard MERPAC conference. We're not there yet in terms of compliance because there are so many countries to bring into that level of discussion at the IMO level. But I think everybody realizes how important it is, everybody needs it, and we're finding as MyTags, a lot of companies that are individually interested, even without the regulatory requirement, to go and start that piece and start educating their sailors. And that can be done in a variety of ways, through courses, through asynchronous training and synchronous training. And so our Maritime Cyber course, which will be in, of course, partnership with yourselves, is a great step towards that.
Excellent. We've been talking to Mark Hewitt, who's the director of MyTags here at the MyTags facility for the 50th anniversary. Mark, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
I'm Dave Gardy from Maritime TV. Thanks for watching. Okay, we're back here live, and I think we've figured out our technical difficulty, so we're going to turn it over to Chris Moore and Lila Linares.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Lila Linares. I am a Kings Point 2006 grad, Marine Engineering Systems major, and I've been with MARAD for about 5 years now.
And I'm Chris Moore. I am a marine engineer, class of 94 out of Kings Point. Been with MARAD for more than 25 years now. Today we're going to talk about different aspects of the National Security Multi-Mission Vessel, which was the state class ships that were being built to replace the existing training ships that the state maritime academies use.
So Chris will go first. He'll go through a few slides and then I'll jump back on and we're sort of just going to tag team it. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to get them to us and we'll be sure to answer them as soon as we can. Thanks. Go to you, Chris.
Thanks, Lalo. So for the NSMV program, we were aware that we needed to replace the training ships that the state maritime academies were using. We had been trying to do that for more than a decade in various forms and fashion, and we never got a lot of traction from getting funding to do that. But we had an urgent need. We have a congressional requirement or a statutory requirement to provide training vessels and to provide trained merchant mariners. And so we decided to take a new approach, and with some additional outside motivation from the Office of Management and Budget, who scolded us in our budget request for not having done this sooner, we took the task very seriously, and within a few months, we're able to produce some documents that were necessary for making a budget request to begin the process. So my background at MARAD has been, and because of my education at Kings Point as an engineer and with some flavor of naval architecture, and my training as a program manager with a master's in management engineering for engineering programs, and my experience in MARAD working with political leadership and working on the Hill, I had a unique set of skills to begin the process of trying to stand up a new program and get new funding. And so I was on another assignment working for the department, and as that concluded, I was asked to come in and take on the NSMV program. So I'll start with some of the basic requirements that MARAD has. Some of other speakers have spoken to this, and you're familiar with a lot of this, I'm sure, but this will start at the very beginning. And then as I'll walk you through the process for explaining some of the technical aspects that we went through, as well as some of the policy and political aspects that we went through in standing up the program and actually getting funding so that we could begin construction. So that's why this first section is sort of the concept, taking it all the way through to contract, which took approximately 4 years. We thought we could do it in 6 months, or at least I did. And we did it in 4 years, which people tell me is rocket fast in the government. So at any rate, the Maritime Administration has a role to play in making sure that we have trained U.S. merchant mariners, and it's one of our key missions. It's why we have the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy. It's why we provide support to the state maritime academies, and it's part of our strategic objectives, having a strong merchant marine, and it's important to have a strong commercial merchant fleet. It's been a long-standing objective of the United States. We want the merchant marine fleet to be owned and operated by U.S. citizens. And as Doug McDonald spoke to earlier, you could see that at certain points in our history, we've had significant presence, and it's declined over the years. So our efforts now are intended to bring back a stronger and a larger U.S. merchant presence. And then it's important to have the U.S. merchant mariners to actually operate the vessels and to run the industry. So the U.S. merchant marine it's a national resource essential to maintaining the sea lift capability for economic growth and for national defense. That to me makes perfect sense. So I'll explain it a little bit in more detail in case it doesn't mean anything to you. It's a national resource for economic growth because of several different things, and other speakers have also sort of spoken to aspects of this, but Having a merchant fleet that plies the waters and carries commerce creates revenue. It's good for U.S. businesses. But in order to have that, you have to have trained mariners, you have to have U.S. built ships, and in order to do that, you need a strong marine industrial base. And so with a strong marine industrial base, you have shipyards that are U.S. businesses. You have manufacturing of different components that go into ship construction, which are U.S. businesses. You have U.S. steel. You're creating all sorts of jobs. So that's the economic growth that we're talking about. Not only the construction of the vessel, the training of the mariners, the training of the shipyard workers and the skilled laborers, but also the carrying of goods at sea. National defense and the part that we play in the national defense role, in addition to helping make sure that we have a strong maritime industrial base for the creation of vessels, not only sea lift vessels, but military vessels. We also I lost my train of thought there, Dave, but I'll move on. Right, national defense, of course. So what we do, principally, we have a large NDRF fleet. I was making fun of me for going candid. The National Defense Reserve Fleet provides strategic sea lift for the military. That's our role, MARAD, in providing the national defense aspect. So we have federal vessels. We also have commercial vessels. The Maritime Security Program ensures that we have commercial vessels that are available and ready to provide assistance in supporting military objectives. And so when the U.S. goes to war, there's warships, but there are also sea lift ships. The sea lift ships carry the military to the foreign shores for completing our objective, whatever that is. So these vessels that MARAD is responsible for are the strategic sea lift ships. And so that's drilling down into the idea that we have to have a strong merchant marine to provide economic growth and to provide national defense capability. The best strategy to ensure that the United States can provide a national economic security and sea lift support would be critical for the future conflicts is a strong commitment to the training of skilled mariners, supporting U.S. flag vessels in commercial operation, and maintaining a U.S. shipbuilding capability. And so with that as the backdrop, we tried to create the case to use taxpayer dollars to fund a program that would allow us to replace the outdated State Maritime Academy training ships. So a time-sensitive objective, the training ship Empire State at the time, this is in 2014 when we started the process, it was September 2014. The ship was 7 years beyond its design service life. It was, we were expecting it to be pulled out of service in 2019. So we had about 4 years to get funded and get a vessel constructed. We had about 1 year to get funded and about 3 years to get a vessel constructed. And so there was this urgency. And the Empire State is the largest of the training ships, and to lose it would lose a significant amount of berthing capacity for taking state maritime cadets out to sea. So it was a major concern of ours. If we lost that vessel, we would not be able to meet the requirements for getting all the cadets trained, which would impact our ability to have sufficient number of licensed merchant mariners. From a Kings Point perspective, since most of our sea days are earned out at sea on merchant ships, not having sufficient training ship capacity pushes state maritime cadets out onto the commercial ships. And since we have the commercial fleet is reducing in size, there's competition for the amount of capacity on commercial ships to train cadets. So it's important to us for the balance to have appropriate training ship capacity and a large enough merchant fleet to support all the needs for training merchant mariners. The training ships also help to support Presidential Policy Directive 8, which is national preparedness, which MARAD has consistently been, our vessels have been available for the nation in times of emergency, whether that was a FEMA mission regionally or a DoD mission or an international mission. The Empire State in particular had been used for the extraction of U.S. troops from Somalia. It was classified as a troop ship for a while. So there's some of the ways that the training ships provide additional capability beyond just the training of merchant mariners. So because we had its urgent need, we knew that we had to get it right the first time. We were asking for a sizable amount of money, and we knew that it had to make sense to the folks that would be making the decisions about providing the funding to take on this effort. So we worked with the whole of government. We worked with all of our federal partners to find out what they do, how they do it, and to make sure that our approach made sense and that it passed the logic test. In some cases, working with NAVSEA, who's the largest federal shipbuilder, we had them validate work that we had done to make sure that it was accurate and that it would, when explained to Congress and to others, that it would make sense. The NSMV is designed for maximum capability, to minimize the acquisition cost and the lifecycle cost, and it reflects the support of documentation and calculations that were done in a business case analysis. So in the past, our training ships have been converted ships. They were either old Navy ships that were converted, or they were commercial ships that were converted, and then berthing capacity was added. As safety regulations and environmental regulations have changed, that becomes a much more difficult process. It's not impossible to do, but it actually costs more to do it than it would to build a new ship. And you would be taking an old ship and spending a lot of money on it, and then it wouldn't have as long of a service life. So the business case analysis indicated that the best approach to replacing the training ships was new construction. It also happened to be the best way to help shore up and provide business for the marine industrial base, the shipbuilding industry. And it gave us the opportunity to, from a blank sheet of paper, design a vessel that met as many government requirements as possible. And so we met with all of our federal partners to find out what requirements they thought that they would have so that we could consider them in the development of the requirements for the design of the NSMD. We worked with all the state maritime academies to figure out what they had learned through different uses of the vessels that they had. All of the training ships at this point are different. There are two sister ships, two sets of two sister ships, but even those vessels are different because they've been modified to best suit the school that's using them. So we took best practices from each of the state maritime academies, and working together, we developed a set of requirements for the concept design. So in 2015, we had to submit a budget request. In order to submit the budget request, we did a business case analysis that indicated new construction was the best approach. And we did a concept design, which could be used based on the requirements we had developed to create a rough order of magnitude cost estimate. And it was that cost estimate that we used to try and justify getting funds from Congress to build a new vessel. That process requires us to get cleared through the department level and then through the Office of Management and Budget before it's ever considered for the president's budget request. And it's the president's budget request that goes to Congress, and then Congress considers whether or not they're going to fund it. We weren't successful in 2015 in getting funding for construction of the vessel, but we did get enough traction to get funding to continue the design process. And knowing that we were burning out the clock, and it was important for us to finish the construction by 2019 in order with the expectation that the existing Empire State would be taken out of service in 2019, we leaned into the process of trying to complete a design so that we could go to construction as quickly as possible. I guess on this slide, one thing that I neglected to talk about, so initially we got some seed money from the Navy. The Navy was working on a CHAMP program, and they gave us end of year money that they had available, less than $1 million, to fund some of the design work that we did in the business case analysis. And in the process, we came up with various designs, not only for the NSMV, but also for other versions of the NSMV that were vessels that the Navy needed. So that's why you see a hospital ship there. That's based on the hull form of the NSMV. The reason they look slightly different, the vessel on the right, the blue hull vessel, which is the original concept design for the NSMV, based on the Kings Point paint schema. You can't see below the waterline on that depiction, but you can see below the waterline on the other vessels. And the other vessels are other support auxiliary vessels that the Navy needed a couple of, and thought that it might be possible to use the NSMV design with some modifications so that they could be built in series at a lower cost. Ultimately, we didn't go that route, but it was part of the initial discussion and the initial efforts, and why we had funding the first year to even begin to have this discussion. We hired a naval architect firm, Herbert Engineering. They were the principal naval architects for the designing of the NSMV. And all of the work that they did, we had validated by NAVSEA. So the leadership at MARAD and the leadership at NAVSEA agreed to work together and to validate our work. They weren't anxious in getting ahead of us. They were very willing to help us, but they didn't want to get ahead of us because there's fear in Washington that if you are the lead in something, you're going to be tasked with funding it. And the Navy didn't want to fund the construction of MARAD ships. So we worked closely with them, but we always stayed the lead for the program. With the additional $5 million that we got that year from Congress, we continued the design spiral. And so we improved on the design. We were able to take it to a higher level of design. And as we did that, we were able to get a better cost estimate, a more refined cost estimate. Let's see if there were, Lila, did I leave anything out there?
I think you pretty much covered it with that for the Herbert stuff. But
yeah, so for the NSMV design, it's designed to meet the safety life at sea, the SOLAS requirements. It's also designed to meet the public nautical school ship subchapter R requirements, and it's classified as a special purpose vessel. So through a collaboration with the American Bureau of Shipping and the U.S. Coast Guard, via utilization of a design basis agreement, we were able to come to these decisions. It's almost easy to say. It wasn't easy to do. It took several meetings with very senior decision makers within each of the organizations to sort of talk through the fundamentals of the decision and how we would make the final determination, because all of the construction of future vessel would be based on this agreement, and we wanted to make sure that all the requirements were met. So it was a critical step in the process. NSMV is designed based on requirements that were developed, like I said earlier, with the state maritime academies or federal partners and regulatory agencies. In the development of the requirements, MARAD also drew from lessons learned from previous uses of the training ships, so FEMA missions, DoD support missions, things like that. The design incorporates core capabilities that are scalable, flexible, and adaptable for use of modular designs for multi-purpose spaces. So the concept here is that any capability you design into a ship has a cost associated with it. And in order for us to justify the funding for a training ship, we couldn't design in capabilities that cost money that didn't support training ship. So what we did was we we created a vessel that allowed for containerized mission capabilities to be loaded onto the vessel so that the vessel could have additional capabilities that weren't designed into the vessel. Those all have to be considered in advance as well because of regulatory requirements, because of design requirements and things like that. So using the list of requirements and the list of desired requirements from our federal partners, we incorporated those into the initial or into the evolution of the design so that we had the most capable vessel at the lowest possible cost, which was a fun exercise, and I think will serve us well in the long run for these vessels. So it certainly increased the utility of the vessel beyond just the training capability. And honestly, it's a lot of the regulatory requirements that drove us to new construction increase the capability of the vessel as a training ship. For instance, because of the large capacity of mariners aboard, you have to have segregated engine rooms. So you have 2 separate engine rooms, and that's the vessel can return home if one of them's damaged. What it allows you to do from a training perspective is you operate on one vessel or one engine room, and you train in the other engine room that's not operating. Or if you need to be training on an operating engine room, then you train in the other engine room. This vessel also has a drop-down bow thruster, which has enough power to, if both engine rooms are offline, to return the vessel to a safe harbor. We looked at all the schools and what their capabilities were for accommodating a vessel, the draft at the pier, the length of the pier, any other sort of navigation issues that were needed to be considered for the characteristics of the ship, so that we could design the vessel so that the schools didn't have to make any changes to their infrastructure in order to accommodate the vessel. And we know that a shallower draft vessel allows us more capability for getting into ports, like after a hurricane or things like that. So we wanted maximum capability. The other thing that the design incorporates, it meets or exceeds all of the environmental standards, current and known future standards for air emissions, ballast water, and treated wastewater. Right. Let me see. I'm looking real quick to see if I'm pressed for time because I've talked longer than I should have, so I don't want to cut Lila short. So I'm just taking a look to see what's critical on the slide to see if you need to hear it from me. Yeah, I guess I'll jump to, so in 2017, we got additional funds. We were well into the design process. We furthered the design. Our naval architects had the drawings evaluated by ABS, so they were approved in principle. We did model testing first digitally and refined the hull form. And then we actually did a tank model testing and refined it further. So we had a very mature design that could have gone straight to contract with a shipyard had that been our decision. It wasn't, but having such an advanced design allowed us to speed up the process for construction and allowed for a faster delivery, which Lila, I think, will speak to more soon. By 2018, we knew that we were going to be funded, or we actually did get funded. And at that point, we were only talking about one vessel. We had planned for 5 because we needed 5, and we knew that building in series was the least expensive approach. But we were funded for 1, and so the lead vessel was we were able to begin the process for getting under contract. The NARAD's approach to business or to accomplishing our mission is always commercial first and then federal. So based on the ship manager approach, which is how we operate our vessels, we use commercial carriers to operate our vessels. We came up with the idea of using the vessel construction manager which allows us to use a commercial operator who's recently built a ship in the United States to contract with a shipyard on our behalf to build a vessel and then to provide it to the United States. And what that does is it allows us to use commercial best practices for negotiating the cost, for getting a firm fixed price, and for establishing a firm delivery date. And it was because of that approach that we were able to design a vessel and have it come in at about a third of the cost of what it would have had we gone through traditional federal procurement processes. And we saved more than a year in the time to contract. So it was critical for us, not only for meeting our timeline, but for meeting our financial thresholds. This approach also reduced the risk to the government, and it mitigated the potential for cost overruns and unnecessary delays, which are often the case in federal construction projects for various reasons. Some of them good, some of them not good, but using the VCM approach allowed us to avoid those. And I think at this point, I'll turn it over to Lila to talk more specifically about the construction of the NSMV. Lila?
All right. Thanks, Chris. Hello again. So Chris covered a lot about the NSMV program, and I'll just tell you a little bit about kind of where I come in. So I mentioned that I was at MARAD for about 5 years. Actually was brought on as a senior program manager for a few different programs. So before that, I was with Military Sea Lift Command headquarters, doing a new ship introduction with NAVSEA, so doing more of the DoD auxiliary ship design and construction, doing strategic planning over there, some port engineering work, some major conversions and things like that. And then before that, I sailed with Military Sea Lift Command for about 5 years as an engineer, was able to advance my license. So that put me in a good position to come on with MARAD eventually as a senior program manager. My first program was the decommissioning of the nuclear ship Savannah. So some of you may recognize that. Actually, that was the last new ship that MARAD built in 1961. So just to give you some context. So that was the first acquisition. And then about 3 years ago, I took over the NSMV program full time. So that was about in 2018, which, as Chris has described, sort of the background of getting the money and socializing this approach with the Hill was extremely difficult. But Chris and the other folks that helped with that, including the state maritime academies and some of our other partners, were resilient. And so we were able to get funding in 2018. So as Chris mentioned, the NSMV program is extremely innovative in both its approach for acquisition and some of the different elements that we're using. And I'll go through some of those specifics with my brief here. So the NSMV state class, which is what we're calling it, it does lead a new chapter in U.S. maritime training, disaster preparedness, and beyond. So the NSMV focuses on 2 different missions, with the primary being training future merchant mariners, and the secondary mission is that humanitarian assistance and disaster relief that Chris mentioned in order to support the U.S. Department of Transportation's emergency support function, as we've done in the past with other vessels out of MARAD. So we'll continue to do that. So we do have names for the 5 ships. The first one will go to the SUNY Maritime College, titled the Empire State. NSMV2 will go to Massachusetts Maritime, the Patriot State. The state of Maine will go to Maine Maritime Academy, and the Lone Star State, Texas A&M, with the final NSMV state class vessel going to California Maritime. So the order of which ships go when is really based on the age of the vessels. So I think Chris mentioned that the SUNY Maritime original Empire State is over 50 years old. So that one will be the first one that we assign to SUNY Maritime. So when I came aboard between 2018 and 2019, We were working the acquisition, planning, getting all our approvals in-house and that sort of thing. And to Chris's point, we did that in record time. So we were able to award a contract, and that was competitively bid to various ship managers in order to be in line with the vessel construction manager approach. In 2019, we competitively bid that out and selected Tote Services LLC, which is out of Jacksonville, Florida, for serving as the vessel construction manager. They then held a competitive ship construction contract with various shipyards in the United States, and they selected Philly Shipyard in Philadelphia, which is where we're building all 5 ships. So as Chris mentioned, the innovative approach here with the acquisition side is we're able to use a firm fixed price contract with indefinite delivery and indefinite quantity. What that means is at the time, we didn't have funding for all 5 ships. So that allows us that flexibility to put money sort of as it comes in. And I'll go ahead and cover that in my next slide with the timeline of the program to show you when we got the funding and when we were able to put the various ships on contract for construction. So that allowed us that plenty of flexibility on that. So, and then another thing that's different is using a firm fixed price contract. So it's not necessarily traditional, using with Naval Sea System Command or other federal shipbuilders. You may see cost reimbursable or cost plus contracts. And what that means is, you do the work, the shipyard does the work and gets reimbursed for it, but there may be some additional risk with that. So with the firm fixed price approach, you basically bid it out. You say, build me a ship for, in this case, average of $320 million for each NSMV. And you own the design, you own the risk. And if there's any changes that we need above and beyond that, we will negotiate it and implement that via a change order on the contract. To date, the NSMV program has expended less than 0.5% for changes on the program. So just to give you kind of an idea on that, how we've really been able to manage the cost, the schedule, and the risk with this program using that firm fixed price. So again, when the VCM Tote Services let out that contract competition for ship construction, Philly Shipyard came aboard. The contract was awarded, and so that contract requires the maximum use of U.S. components. I say maximum use because we don't have unlimited money. And so the intent was to use U.S. components to the maximum extent practicable within our budget. And of course, there are just some vendors in the United States, unfortunately, that don't make what we would have needed for NSMV, or they could not meet the timeline for the NSMV program. But we certainly put it out there and encourage U.S. manufacturers to bid and participate in the NSMV program as much as possible. We also require the use of U.S. flag commercial shipping at a goal of 100% instead of just 50% for cargo preference. So that is a uniqueness of the NSMV program. We did our audit last year and they were able to comply 100% with cargo preference. I believe there was maybe one kind of hiccup they had and they had to go back, but for the most part, at 100% cargo preference for those overseas components. And again, I can't say enough that to build from the keel up, these training vessels represents a new federal shipbuilding chapter. And what I mean by that is as Chris mentioned, we've traditionally taken old cargo or naval vessels and converted them for mariner training, and that's gone on for over 140 years, right? So this is the first time that we are building brand new purpose-built ships for merchant mariner training. So I do like to highlight that over and over. All right, so I mentioned the timeline of the program. In 2019, we awarded to Tote Services the vessel construction manager. In 2020, they selected Philly Shipyard to construct the vessels. And then we also had funding for NSMV 1 and 2, as Chris mentioned. So the contract included series built construction for hulls 1 and 2 at that time. In 2021, we received additional funding and MARAD authorized construction of NSMV 3 and 4. And we also later in the fiscal year got money for NSMV 5. That was after we went through a audit with our department just to make sure that everything was kosher, what we were doing. And again, because of the different nuances of the program and a tremendous investment by the Department of Transportation at this time, they just wanted to make sure that our program management processes were in place. And a lot of them we had to build from scratch or utilize existing DoD best practices, commercial best practices, or a blend. And that was a fun project. It was very fun to just kind of understand how MARAD currently operates, and then thinking about the DoD ship construction world, the commercial ship construction world, and sort of just developing this blend that works good for MARAD. And again, as Chris mentioned, to be able to set the stage for any future shipbuilding programs that we have. So we did that. We did very well in the audit. And so Congress felt comfortable giving us the money for the fifth and final vessel in the state class. So we've been hot and heavy in constructing the vessel. So we had about a year to take what Chris mentioned, the guidance design, and make it a detailed design, so to speak, something that the shipyard could build to. It'd be the drawings in their format so they could hand the superintendent and say, go build this. So we did that for about a year. We leveraged the existing design basis agreement with regulatory bodies, and we developed a communications charter as well, because again, some of the regulatory publications that we were using as part of the design may have been new or sort of a little bit different. And so that communications charter has really helped us come to the table, have those conversations with the Coast Guard, with American Bureau of Shipping, and say, okay, do you understand this design piece? If you don't, let's talk through it. Let's see how we can get to yes together, right? Without having any delays in the design. So we were able to do that design refinement to detailed for about a year. And then we spent about 2 years building the first vessel. We're getting very close to delivering the first vessel of the class here in the summer of 2023. And then we will deliver each subsequent hull 9 months thereafter. So that's extremely fast. We'll wrap up the NSMV program, all 5 vessels, by 2026. So 2023 we'll deliver to SUNY, or to us to assign to SUNY. 2024 we'll assign the vessel to Massachusetts Maritime, and then between 2025 and 2026 we'll assign those vessels to Maine Maritime, Texas A&M, and Cal Maritime respectively. So just to give you a layout of how quickly we're moving with the program, we currently have 4 of 5 of the vessels being built, so they have cut steel. And we just celebrated the keel laying for hull 3, Maine Maritime, and then we'll have the one for Texas here coming up shortly, just to give you an idea on that. Okay, I talked about the acquisition innovative element of the program, but there are some elements that we were able to include in the design, again, to meet the current and the future regulations. So I like to highlight our utilization of the main engines that are built here in the United States. So at one point we had thought about using a inline medium speed diesel engine, and it had a selective catalytic reduction, or SCR system, for you systems engineers out there, for the purpose of complying with the applicable laws. We ended up going with the GE Transportation engines that are V, and they use a exhaust gas recirculation system. And there's a number of advantages for that. But the biggest one we saw with the main engines was, it meets Tier 4 for the EPA emissions and Tier 3 for the IMO emissions. So again, we really were striving to exceed the future regulations that we knew at the time. And that was very attractive with these engines. As well as these engines have a power pack, which basically means that the entire cylinder element can be removed. The head, the injector, the piston, the cylinder liner, the connecting rod can be taken out, set on the deck, and you just put a whole single unit back in there. And that was very attractive for the training element of the ship. So while you just pop in the new power pack, you know, the students could be over here working on training for the cylinder element. So that was attractive. And then I mentioned the exhaust gas recirculation system. And so what that means is the element is connected to the engine, so there's no need for the exterior urea storage tanks or anything like that. So that saves space and weight. It also has low load management, no loss of power, no impact on service intervals because of that power pack transition. It's a bit quicker. And these GE transportation engines, you know, they're built in the Western Pennsylvania area. So that was another opportunity to create jobs out there. We estimate the entire impact because of our ability to bring them on in the program. The main engines is $160 million or more. So that's an advantage to United States job map market. And these engines are gaining popularity in the large ship market. So they have been installed in some smaller ships, but again, just proven reliability. And so far, our engagement with General Electric has been pretty good. So that is one innovative element that I'd like to cover, which is important. So this gives you an overview of the NSMV characteristics. So not a huge ship, about 525 feet. Got a nice size beam. Again, I mentioned the engines. This ship is diesel electric. We have two a bow thruster and a stern thruster. I think Chris mentioned that as a take-home opportunity in case we lose power, and that was required by the Coast Guard. We can go up to 8 knots to make it back to port should we need to do that. And so we have the 2 sets of the electric propulsion motors. Our cruising speed is about 12 knots with a 15% sea margin, and our range is about 10,000 miles, 10,000 or more miles at 18 knots. So our accommodation, which has been exciting to build, quite frankly, because we have so many cabins aboard, we can take so many people for both the training function as well as the humanitarian assistance and disaster relief element. So we can carry in training ship mode 600 cadets, 100 officers, faculty, staff, and crew. And then we have a capability for a 60-person surge for the humanitarian assistance and disaster relief mission. We have a multi-purpose space. We have cargo deck, and we mentioned the scalable, the modular capability. So the idea is for the secondary mission, the humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, you may be able to bring on portable hospitals and things like that. We also have capability to allow our mission sponsors to bring on to have classified communications. So everything is unclassed, but we do have kind of a plug-in capability for that. I believe in another DigiMariner series, we covered in depth. My deputy program manager covered the cybersecurity elements of the NSMV, which is another innovative element in and of itself. So we essentially we work very closely with American Bureau of Shipping, but essentially we were able to kind of develop our own approach based on existing FSMA and NIST standards for the government cybersecurity, and kind of just build on that and move on. We have implemented a Maritime Security Operations Center and Network Operations Center, which allows for 24/7 monitoring of our networks after we deliver the vessel. We also have redundancy in the IT server rooms and things like that. So that's another element that's extremely important to mention, because this program is leading the way for cybersecurity in a lot of elements. And again, we continue to work with American Bureau of Shipping and the U.S. Coast Guard to see how we might be able to share lessons learned with that. The special capabilities of the vessel, we have a few. We have our cargo cranes, self-loading, unloading of containers. We have the roll-on, roll-off storage. Like I said, we can store wheeled emergency equipment. ambulances, cars, things like that for that secondary mission. We also can put on containerized mission sets, which I've mentioned, portable hospitals and things like that. So that allows us plenty of flexibility to meet really a variety of missions once the vessels are put in service. We do have a helo deck, or I'm sorry, I forgot to mention the ramp. So we have a stern ramp and a side port ramp for self-loading of the wheeled equipment. So just kind of roll the cars on and tie them down. We have a helo deck. It is not NavAir certified, but it is SOLAS and Coast Guard CFR compliant for specific helicopter size and weight. So in the future, if we were to think about getting the helo deck NavAir certified, it would require quite a bit of design changes and obviously strengthening of the deck and things like that. But it is something that we may think about in the future, but not now. Sure, come on up.
I just so because the Coast Guard and the Navy told us that V-22s are the future. To build a V-22 deck was cost prohibitive, and we couldn't justify it as DOT for training purposes. But we did work with NAVSEA to get their retrofit blueprints for how to retrofit a vessel with any vessel with a V-22 deck. And so we made sure that the design, the current design allows for that V-22 design to be used as is. So it's doable, but there's certainly a cost associated with it that the Department of Defense would need to cover if they were going to do that.
Yeah, good. Thank you. I appreciate that background. So yeah, there you have it. There's been plenty of discussion about that and other helicopter capabilities. And so again, that would be something to maybe think about in the future. We have a robust shipboard medical treatment space. So we are outfitted for a Role 1 a hospital. So we worked extremely close with BUMED to make sure that we had the right surgical equipment, the right cabinets and things like that. So what you would typically see on a training ship is, a couple beds, maybe one cabinet with some medication and something very light. But here we can do operations, and there's quite a bit more beds and functionality there. And then I mentioned the opportunity to bring a modularized hospital, should that be necessary for a secondary mission of humanitarian assistance or disaster relief. So we were able to get that into the design. We have 2 bridges. They're actually they're exact replicas for training. So we have one for the actual navigation and the other one for the training. So we basically lock out the training bridge when we're out to sea and that kind of thing. So it's not like, a student can just go in there and grab the joystick. It doesn't work that way. But there is that segregation there. And then there's a number of simulators that we'll use for the training capability and kind of merge everything together. But this is a really neat feature to have the dual bridges. For maneuvering, we mentioned the bow and the stern thruster. So we can dock and undock without tugs to be able to get into austere ports, damaged port facilities and things like that in the event of a hurricane or natural disaster. I talked a little bit about the most modern and environmentally compliant engines with the Tier 4 and Tier 3 emissions compliance on that. And then we have advanced modern systems for the most up-to-date training. I talked about the simulators. I talked about during the design, we made sure that that was built into the performance specification. So when you're installing a pump, make sure that you have enough space around it so a number of students could stand around the third or the second engineer while he or she is taking out an impeller and things like that. Same thing for the engine console. We have quite a bit of space between the actual console and the breakers, again, to have that ability for the students to kind of stand back and participate in the training one by one. So that was something that we have continued to push during the design and the construction of the vessel. We don't want that to be lost. So I talked a little bit about the construction progress. We have 4 of the 5 vessels currently under construction. We have NSMV 1 shifted to the wet berth there at Philly Shipyard, and we have 2 vessels, hull 2 and 3, already in the dry dock. So hull 4 is being built in the shops, in the blocks, and then it'll become a grand block and come in the dry dock for construction there. And we'll start construction for on hull 5 here in the next few months. So I put a couple pictures up. It doesn't do the program justice, quite frankly, but I would need a 30 slide deck to show you all the neat pictures, but this kind of gives you an idea. So you see the large crane there at Philly putting the grand blocks into the dry dock. We have a picture on the right there, bottom of the hull of the bow, the stack on the top there, and the shaft opening, and we have in the back the rudder and things like that. So I put a couple links. If you do want more information about the program, you could simply Google, MARAD and SMV, and it'll take you to the MARAD webpage, or you can go to the Philly Shipyard webpage, and they have some neat videos and photos up there as well, if you're interested. So come on back up here, Chris. We're going to talk a little bit about the future application of the VCM contract. So I'll go ahead and speak to just a couple things first. So we have in here that the NSMVs helped identify gaps in manufacturing skills and capability. So we have, thousands of lessons learned, quite frankly. So thousands of production lessons learned that are being fed into hulls 2 and follow right now. And we're documenting that in the design process. But we also have other lessons learned, such that one of the reasons that this program, despite others we've talked about, that is so successful is we went through COVID-19 pandemic, right? So we had shipping delays. We had issues with acquiring materials such as copper from overseas, and certain elements of paint primer from international paint that we couldn't get, and we had to really be flexible on waiting and kind of adjusting our production schedule to accommodate that. And we also have worked very closely with Philly Shipyard. They were able to ramp up their workforce from about 60 people when we awarded the contract to them, to now over 1,450. So that could be difficult when you're pulling from other shipyards in the United States. Chris mentioned the small pool that we have of the ship fitters and the welders here. So pulling from other shipyards and making sure that their salaries were robust enough to keep them at Philly Shipyard. We also Philly Shipyard brought in folks from overseas, from their parent company in Germany, to operate some of the larger manufacturing equipment, and they use sort of a train the trainer approach, right? So you bring in a couple guys, and then they would train the Philly Shipyard labor there. They also established an apprenticeship program at Philly Shipyard, where you literally take a woman or man off the street with no knowledge, put them in school for a couple years to learn every element of the shipbuilding process, and then get them to work. So we do see some of those graduates now that have been fed back into the Philly Shipyard workforce. And then the last, I would say, innovative or lesson learned that we've seen from this program is Philly Shipyard invested in a cabin factory. So what they did is they've been building the many cabins I mentioned in the shipyard right there, shores, on the deck there, and then transferring them and putting them into the ship, kind of like Legos. So that saved time, and it also allowed us the opportunity to kind of preview the cabin before it was installed on the vessel. So it was a little tricky at first, but we've improved the process. We got those cabins on board. And then for the other ones that we couldn't build in the factory, we did have the flexibility to stick build those on site. So that was another investment made by Philly Shipyard, which was important and really helped speed up the timeline as well on that. So Chris, did you have to add on the NDAA and other things?
Yeah, I just, some of the other things that are growing out of this program and that are already MARAD mission requirements that will help us better develop policy and programs to target effective ways, cost-effective ways to quickly strengthen our maritime industrial base and the supporting industrial base. And while we are recapitalizing our fleet, our National Defense Reserve Fleet, and the National Defense Authorization Act of 23 required MARAD to be prepared to build 10 new ships using the vessel construction manager approach. And we intend to do that in a manner that allows us to strengthen the industrial base while building 10 new ships. So, it's a large investment to build 10 new ships, a federal investment. We want to make sure that that money is used wisely so that it's not just producing ships, it's strengthening the industrial base, it's increasing the capacity of the shipyards, the small shipyards to the large shipyards. It's increasing the training capability for the skilled labor. It's increasing the manufacturing capability across the country of all the pumps and various components that go into the construction of a ship. And we worked very closely with the Hill when we got them to allow us to build NSMV using the maximum practicable U.S. components. In that effort, we talked through how it's done currently, how it can be done better, and the things that we can learn in the process so that we can implement change and increase U.S. manufacturing. And so this allows us the capability to actually follow through on that and increase U.S. jobs and increase economic growth. And it's something we're excited about. I guess the last bullet there is the VAM. The VAM is a vessel acquisition manager. It's modeled after the vessel construction manager approach. We're using commercial carriers to purchase existing vessels for MARAD so that they can replace aging vessels in the National Defense Reserve Fleet. We buy a vessel that meets most of the requirements and then modify it as necessary so that it has a maximum military utility.
And one thing I'll add, and Chris mentioned this, obviously increasing the industrial base in the United States. So I like to talk about Philly Shipyard. There are many other shipyards not that many, but a couple more in the United States that's just doing great work, and we want to have more of that work seen in the United States. And but Philly, they were able to work closely even with NASCO. So from a design perspective, they were able to leverage some of their partners and things. So I want to mention that we could work on with one shipyard, or there is opportunity for partnerships for various shipyards as well, using this approach.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's exactly our intent. Right now we're doing kitting with Korea, so the Korean partners with NASCO and with Philly are doing a lot of the block construction, and the approach that we would try to integrate into the construction of the new vessels would be to do kitting, but do it domestically, where we are using maintenance and repair yards or smaller shipyards to produce pieces, components that would be used at the larger shipyards for the construction of the vessel. And certainly our intent is to use at least 2 VCMs and at least 2 shipyards to do the manufacturing of the 10 ships and possibly 3.
All right, thanks, Chris. So the last thing we want to cover is the cadet internship program that TOTE runs. So I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this. I think I've spoken to a couple midshipmen before. You may remember me. I served as the chief of staff last year at the Merchant Marine Academy for about 6-7 months as we worked to bring on Superintendent Joanna Noonan. So I mentioned the internship program to a few of you, but I did want to provide the information here today. So TOTE is implementing a cadet internship program. So where they're offering opportunities to come to Philly Shipyard and work on the NSMV program, directly. So the interns will report to TOTE's deputy program manager, who happens to be a Kings Pointer as well, Sarah Rivas. I believe she's class of 2010. So she'll guide you all through your overall involvement, training, professional development during the internship. And the program is open to both deck and engine majors. So these are some of your typical duties and responsibilities. So far, 6 Kings Point cadets have supported the NSMP program so far, and they've participated in things like quality inspection callouts when we do testing and commissioning, engineering plan review, attending, high-level organizational meetings to see how we, work together, all 3 of us, MARAD, Tow, and Philly Shipyard, in a really nice tripartite, a team to make sure that everything is moving smoothly and we continue to stay on track from a cost, schedule, performance, and risk perspective. And that's my job, is to kind of make sure that everybody is doing their piece. And then we maintain close communication with the state maritime academies who are anxiously waiting this brand new vessel. So with that, capturing those kind of meeting minutes, reviewing of the factory acceptance tests. So that's when you do some of the pre-tests at the factory of the equipment, and that's witnessed by regulatory body, bring it on the ship, and then you do more testing, final testing, integration, and commissioning. Development of logistics products. So we, there's a number of other new processes that we've put in place here at MARAD to support the NSMV program. One of them is really just focusing on how to, managing this new fleet of training ships. So Chris mentioned that, we've used a hodgepodge, converted naval vessels and things like that in the past to support training missions. And so now we have 5 brand new vessels that we want all the same. So configuration management has been huge. So we've implemented new processes to make sure that we can track the material coming on and off the vessel. We are using Defense Logistics Agency, DLA, for our warehousing, and they have very advanced processes to track everything going in and out of the warehouse. We also have consistent and across the fleet maintenance models. So the way that we are doing our life cycle maintenance, again, we want to make sure that we're consistent throughout. So that's been a big push for our logistics piece. We had to develop new logistics management manuals and things like that specific to NSMV on how all those pieces work together to ensure that you have the logistics support to, right in time logistics, if you will, to support any maintenance or emergencies that could come up with the vessel. And then you might help, with planning working the schedule on integrated master schedules, production reviews, and more. So I'll leave you all with the point of contact at the Merchant Marine Academy, which is Captain Kale, Associate Professor at Department of Marine Engineering. And then I mentioned TOTE's Deputy Program Manager, Sarah Rivas, as the point of contact there at TOTE. So I encourage you all to look into the program and think about maybe coming down during your internship. And I'd love to see you and tell you more about the program. And again, then you'd get a real life feel for all the goodness that we're doing over here. So Dave, that's all we had for the presentation. Chris, did you have anything else to close out with? Or
just if there were questions?
Yep.
Yeah, there are questions, but we're just going to get the cream of the crop here.
Sure.
What would you list as the main advantages of the Vessel Construction Manager program?
I'll take a stab. So I think the biggest advantage is being able to leverage commercial best practices and commercial flexibilities with negotiation and contracting and timeline, right? So they have a bit more flexibilities to actually get a shipyard on contract. So that was a huge advantage. And to Chris's point, we want to go commercial first, federal second. So this gives an opportunity to our commercial partners who have the ship management experience influence the design and the construction to make sure that we're building, a realistic ship that could work and is in line with other vessels that the merchant mariners have seen.
It also allows MARAD to be right-sized, and so we'll have a staff that supports the program and provides the necessary oversight, but it doesn't require MARAD to have a battalion or a what do you call it, a division of as large an organization as NAVSEA has, where they're doing most of the work in-house.
Absolutely.
Great. And I recall when my ship design days in NAVSEA, when they went through the conversion process for a lot of those auxiliary ships, they split up the ships in different yards to spread the wealth. A lot of it was political. But in this case, all 5 went to Philly. Was that a requirement that you put on the VCM, or did the VCM decide to do that themselves, or how did that work out?
Yeah, so from my recollection, it was it was series construction. So the advantage with doing the series construction is we were given pricing if we were doing series or not. So because not all the money came in one wave from the Hill, we were able to put those first two ships on contract, and then subsequently the whole 3, 4, and 5 as the money came in.
Yeah, conversion would be different because there's no advantage to series construction there necessarily. I mean, there's probably some, but it's negligible, I think. And we will be doing we will be doing that type of work and trying to spread the wealth when we, do other conversions. But for new construction, we'll certainly try and build in series. 3 is optimum, or actually 3 is minimum, and then more would be better. We'll do IDIQ contracts so that, and we'll use designs that we can build what we need for the federal government. And if a commercial company wants to build in series with us, then they can use that opportunity to get on contract with the yard and build additional vessels that they would put into service at essentially a reduced cost to them.
Okay.
And another advantage of the series construction is really that the bulk buy. So we were able to buy a lot of the equipment in 2s, right? So since we had money on the contract for hulls 1 and 2, a lot of the stuff we bought for the training space, for other major equipment, we were able to just capitalize on the cost savings by buying that bulk. And then obviously there's the advantage of lessons learned. So we've learned a ton on hull 1, like I said, and then that's already being implemented in hulls 2 and follow in real time. I have worked on programs that did the split shipyard, and there's pros and cons to that. But one con I've seen is unless you have a big staff, it could be difficult to maintain the same design. So it's just, sometimes the shipyards do things a little bit differently, and we wanted to make sure that there was configuration control and that all the vessels were exactly the same so that we had that flexibility to support the humanitarian assistance disaster relief mission when it came, as well as provide ship sharing to our state maritime academies and even U.S. Merchant Marine Academy as needed.
Okay. What role did the ABS and Coast Guard play throughout the process from the Herbert Engineering design through delivery?
So, Chris, I think you mentioned the design basis agreement.
Yeah, when we say we in the industry like to refer to the Coast Guard as the Coast Guard and the Navy as the Navy, but really it's like a dozen different organizations that all are a factor in this. And so we met with each of the key elements of the Coast Guard and made sure that their needs, we had a good understanding of what their requirements were going to be, so they could be factored in the front end and not on the fly. And so we worked closely with them throughout, but we did a lot of heavy lifting on the front end just to make sure that things went more smoothly on the back end.
Yeah, and I would add that as far as once we got the contract in place, and we had agreed to the regulatory publications that we would be following, we further took it a step further and developed a communications charter with American Bureau of Shipping and Coast Guard in case during the design or construction phase if questions came up, we would meet regularly with them, talk about it and resolve it, verbally on paper, if you will, so that we didn't have to undo things during construction. So that saved us tremendous time. And then the last thing I'll add, we can't say enough that the collaboration with the Coast Guard and ABS have been great there at Philly Shipyard. So what they've done is they've made sure that the decisions they make in terms of testing and commissioning are in line with what the OCMI would do at its hailing port. So we get the testing done, and then we're trying to avoid duplication of retesting when the vessel actually goes to its sailing port. Because as we all know, for all of us that have sailed, depending on which port you go to, you may get a difference of opinion from a Coast Guard inspector, and then there's a little bit of subjectivity there, Dave. So that's we're thankful that they've been very supportive of us throughout.
The GE medium speed engines, are you able to convert to other fuels, natural gas, whatever, in the future, or are they just one fuel?
We haven't looked into that. I mean, obviously that would require, you know, additional cooling or whatever. We don't have a ton of extra room on the vessels, but that is something to look into. I mean, if heavy fuels can be converted to low sulfur fuels, then I'm sure we could do it if needed.
And finally, does the crew change happen when it goes from being a training ship to a humanitarian assistance or disaster relief ship? Is it the same crew?
Yes, yes, it does. So we are implementing, which is another innovative approach to ship management. So we're calling it the hybrid ship management approach for NSMV. And that's where we sort of have a blend of a ship manager support and the State Maritime Academy crew. And depending on the mission, you kind of flop out. And then we also have shore support from our ship manager. Right now, we have a general agent in place through next April. And then we will be looking to competitively bid the ship manager contract to support the NSMV program. What that does is it allows us to, again, capitalize on commercial best practices, their SMSs, their IMS, their cybersecurity elements in terms of monitoring our networks, their port engineering services and things like that. And Chris mentioned that allows us to stay a bit lean here at MARAD. And so that's the approach that we're using.
But the ship manager, whoever is the ship manager that's working with the SMA, that'll be the same ship manager that will crew up the folks that drop out from the SMA when it goes on a FEMA mission or a different mission.
Got it. Excellent presentation. Thank you so much. It really does give an inside track on what's been going on, and we're anxious to see these vessels delivered. And thank you very much. We've been talking to Chris Moore, KP Classes 94, Senior Advisor, Strategic Sealift for MARAD, and Lila Linares, KP06, Senior Program Manager for MARAD. Both of you, thank you for a great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That takes care of us for today. DigiMariner 9 is in the can, and we want to thank everybody for joining us, including our sponsors. We want to also mention that the next DigiMariner presentation will be announced shortly. Our sponsors, again, throughout the process have been the Group of 69, the Class of 69 alumni that have put this together, the American Maritime Congress, Marine Engineers Beneficial Association, Marine Technology Society, the American Maritime Officers Service, Spirus, Marine Media Enterprises, Crowley, Penfield Marine, International Seaways Incorporated, ABB, Educare of Northern Virginia, Marine Money, Beckman and Associates, and the International Organization of Master Mates and Pilots. From Chantilly, Virginia, where TV Worldwide and Maritime TV studios are, thank you for joining us for DigiMariner 9. Thanks for watching.